debate, uncut, and after show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Case, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Dale West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Mic check.
Oh, you hear me?
Yo, can't you hear us, Neil?
Yeah, I got you now.
All right. Well, how's Neil doing today?
Mic check, mic check.
You're coming in,
Everything
Gene.
is roses.
H looks exactly like his avatar. He sounds exactly like his little avatar. A little penguin with a book on his head.
Well, I was gonna say, I didn't hear you during yesterday's QE show in the beginning when I was there. Normally you talk on the QE show, Neil.
Yeah, I was busy.
All right. So you're like busy 24/7 these days?
Yeah. The QE show, for some reason, I sound horrible. Every time I try to come in, I'm roboting. So I try not to.
I gotcha. All right. Well, how's Neil been doing? We haven't chatted in a while. What's up? What's happening?
False Christianity. What else is new?
I like conspiracy theories.
Why not focus on something chirpier, something a bit more, pleasant? Why focus on the negative?
All right. Jesus is coming back soon. Maranatha.
Okay. I remember Paul said some preach out of envy and strife and others out of love, right? But either or it's preached. He said he rejoices. He's not going to get bothered. He's just going to rejoice. He's going to think on the right stuff. Yep, just got to think on the right stuff. Because if you think on the negative stuff, those negative thoughts are going to dominate you. And then you're always going to be thinking on negative stuff. And then...
Yeah, I'll just start naming it and claiming it, righteous. Yeah, you got it.
Well, I was just telling you what Philippians 4:8 says. If there be any, we're told what to think on. If there be any praise, if there any be... Well, let me pull that up. Right? I mean, that's verbatim what we're told to do. We're only supposed to think on good thoughts. We're only supposed to think on good reports. If there be any praise, if there be any virtue. Let me just pull that up, okay? Just so...
Got a family, righteous? You responsible for anybody but yourself?
Well, it doesn't negate
That's a question for you.
what the
Yes or
scripture
no?
says. Does that negate what the scripture says?
Yes or no?
Oh, I'm not married, Neil. And I don't have kids.
All right, then. Talk to me back when you're responsible for a wife and kids.
Right, but remember, I'm just reading you scriptures. That's all I said I was doing. All right? Whatsoever, here, I'll read it to you, okay? It says, whatsoever things are true,
I know
whatsoever
what the
things are honest,
scripture says. I read it every day.
right, and is that for family man too, or just for single people?
You guys make me laugh. I want to see you when your back's against the wall, when you can't put food on the table, when your bills are climbing. I want to see you do it then. It's all peachy
Only a
clean
jackass
when
puts
you're by
himself.
yourself. No.
Only a jackass
Let's
puts
talk
himself
about
in that
reality
position.
here. Until you're in that position, you cannot speak about it. I trust in the Lord
Well,
for everything. And it always comes in. But it still doesn't take the human part out of it.
well, Paul was human, right? Same with Silas, and they were in prison and whipped in the deepest dungeon, shackled. What did they do? Did they grumble about it, or did they sing praises to the Lord that everybody heard them?
Like I said, righteous. When you're responsible for anybody else but yourself, and your back is against the wall, then you quote that scripture to me.
Does it make it any less true?
Let's talk about flat Earth.
All right, go on, Neil. Tell us about Effie.
I'm driving.
Well, should we talk about the rosy part of Effie or the non-rosy part of Effie? What say ye?
Talk about one or the other.
One or the other? Well, I haven't been following for the past little bit, so I'm a little bit out of the loop. Oh yeah, I heard that you're writing a book, and apparently I was in the dark about that. But yeah, that's news to me.
You don't get a mention, I'm sorry.
That's because he wants to keep much to himself.
Well, I mean, a lot of people in Effie put out a book. You know, Eric DeBay did. There's probably others too that we. There's got to be more than Eric DeBay that put out books in the FE community that were FE.
So why the book, Nathan?
Nathan, tell him about the guy, how many flat Earth books the guy sells. There's a guy making a living, a good living on selling flat Earth books.
Yeah, you mean my publisher?
Yes.
Yes, my publisher makes money selling Flat Earth books. They outsell all of his other books. That's why he was keen to work with me.
You hear that, Righteous? There's a lot of flat Earth books out there.
All right, but anybody we know?
No, I'm not suggesting it's people that you're going to have as household names, but there's certainly people out there writing Flat Earth books that are available to buy that are being sold, and that's it. Based on that, I want to sell books to people. If that's how you, if that's the most effective way of getting information through to certain people, then so be it. And people like books. fine.
Are there any children's books? I was thinking about that.
Yes, there is. Eric DeBay bought one. I mean, Eric DeBay wrote one. I bought it.
Is it any
I
good?
forgot what it's called. Plain Earth, I think.
Have you got it? Have you got it handy, or are you at work or something?
I'm at work. I'm in New York, but I can show it to you tomorrow.
Yeah, can you dig it out?
It's yeah, it's a nicely illustrated children's book.
Cool. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you want me to read it on a?
Well, I mean, not necessarily read the whole book, but you know,
I'll take some pictures. Yeah, definitely. I'll take some pictures.
Maybe if we look at a couple of pictures and get the title, and you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but how can you do that without being like the heliocentrist with the solar system and things like that kids learn in school? How can you know what I'm trying to say? Because we can't get a view where you could illustrate it.
I'll get a what?
A view.
A view?
Like
I thought you said a Jew.
Yeah.
I thought you said a Jew.
No Jew. A view. A view, like the View show.
Oh, view, not Jew.
Well, to get a book written, you better have a Jew somewhere.
That's what I thought you meant.
No, but you know what I'm saying? The books in school, when you're in second, third grade, they show you the solar system, right?
Yeah.
And that's not true. So how is the flat earther going to illustrate a book that's reality?
Base it on reality. How difficult can it be? What do you mean?
What are you going to have? Just a plane?
Yeah.
A vast plane?
What, like we experience daily? Yeah, you would.
Yeah, but how big is that plane?
Doesn't matter for an illustration.
No. You say you measured Earth. Well, how big is it, Nathan?
How big is it? I don't know.
That's what some guy put to me. Nathan's over.
You broke up, Neil. My computer crashed. You there, Neil? No, it didn't.
Mic check.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, after a long protracted silence, yes.
Yeah, because whenever I pull back to my house, I get no service.
Well, because you're swapping from mobile data to your home data.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. You're going from cellular to Wi-Fi, and when that switch happens, you lose connection. That's why I always have it turned off.
So what I was
off of
saying
Wi-Fi
was
if I'm
the guy
around.
put to me. The guy put to me that Nathan is always saying that he's measured Earth flat. Well, then how big is it then?
Pretty big.
What did you say, Neil?
I told him, I said, I don't know. I only got my 25-footer on me. When I get my 100-foot tape measure, then I could take, larger chunks. I'll let you know how big Earth is.
You didn't say we're measuring flat with elevation angles to the stars that create the maps.
No, he knows that. Why should I? I answered a fool according to his folly.
Fair enough.
I'm going to say that. He's going to say, well, that's the representation. It's not the Earth. And back and forth we go. I don't do that no more, Nathan.
Say what?
Want to get stuck on stupid, then let them.
I was going to say, you went too quickly. He's going to say what?
The reference frame is not the Earth. It's not the Earth Nathan's measuring. Gonna pull a lumpy on me.
Okay. I mean, they can try that. But then, like the guy who we had that was arguing with Brian about dip, what are they going to do? Lie about how they reference it to the horizontal, how that horizontal is sea level, and how we're navigating that sea? Yeah, they can deny all of it, can't they, Neil? But it is celestial navigation. We are navigating Earth. It does have a flat baseline. It does extend out for the entirety of the equatorial and extended celestial plane. Those things are all fact.
You can't finish measuring until you found the edge, anyway.
Say again?
You can't finish measuring until you find the edges.
Yeah, exactly. If you know the limits of the area that we've got, then fine, you can get a pretty good idea of how big that is. But in our recent history, it's expanded, hasn't it? So I don't know how big the area is.
Anyway, I thought Candace, or Candice, whatever you call her, got offline yesterday because I thought she took the mickey out of Flat Earth a bit in her intro, because then she said, science says, and that's when she stopped the conversation with the man and obviously decided that she didn't want to know.
Who, Candice Owens?
Yeah, her beginning yesterday, her little story about Flat Earth and about reading or whatever it was, and then she sort of made it into a funny little skit to get people interested, and then dropped the subject and went on to talk about science.
Right. And she had a whole bit with Andrew Tate that I didn't really listen to, I've got to be honest. I was more interested in his car.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing is, I thought you let the doctors get off lightly as well, because you said they wanted to do good things, but they've been misguided.
Yeah, I mean, we covered science in general to give people a pretty, although not specific, but a general idea of how to identify pseudoscience.
Yeah, well, as I said, it's the same for everybody, isn't it? Teachers get given the info and they give that out in good faith, same as politicians want to do good, I suppose, and they do that in good faith.
Yeah. Anyway, we've covered enough of Candice Owens now. Done like 3 full shows on her in the last 2 or 3 weeks as well, so like quite close together. I mean, I get it, that's how it happens when someone's talking about the subject thing. They get covered a fair bit and then, you know, they get dropped till the next bring it up.
Did you check out that Mr. Anderson video?
I'd already covered it. I'd actually trimmed a bit out of it. So, I'll dig that out, actually. The bit that I stole from him. So, in his response video, when it first came out, I just scrubbed through it quickly, and when he was talking about measuring Earth flat, I was like, I'll have that. And I did. I sent it into a little shorts video that I stuck on TikTok. Let's just dig that out. Here we go.
All those observations that were used to derive all those ground positions for all those stars, that is just the position that an observer would need to be on the ground in order for that given star to be 90 degrees directly above his head at a given time. Those were all derived at observatories, where they used levels to make sure their instruments were flat, and they took very precise measurements. Because you need very precise measurements in order to have very accurate almanacs. See that we're not standing in it, we're standing on it. And that point in the middle, yeah, that's the center of the Earth, and yeah, you do need to use like you know, you do need to use that point to measure angles off of. But that's not where you are.
Hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
There you go. That's the bit I nicked. But you, when I was in the shop, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? You were showing me a different bit. Can't remember what he said, though.
It's just a bit where he says you can't have a flat plane. You need a flat curved plane, which I just thought was funny.
Oh yeah, you need a flat curved plane that he sort of mutters his way through, right?
Yeah, I just think it thought it'd make a good soundbite. I must have missed the response to that.
Yeah, but I didn't pick out the same bit you did. So typically, I want it to be absolutely clear what he's saying. So if he's mumbling his way through it, I'll kind of disregard it. But in fact, that mumble would make quite a good video, because he's mumbling about how you can't have a flat plane, you've got to have a curved flat plane.
Well, all I can say is it was at 11 minutes 15 seconds.
It's at 11:15. I haven't actually got the original video link. Can you stick it in Master B? And I'll play it now. Although we're just about to start. If you dig it out, we might play it on the show. I'll start now.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, you enthusiastic lot.
Anybody else here?
Nah, it's just you, Mush. It's just us. We'll get by, just you and I. Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, good.
Good
Morning, good morning.
Did you have that link to Mr. Anderson by any chance, Craig?
I will see if I can put it on
In Master B. Yeah, we'll cover it. I did play it in the pre-show, so I won't play it again, but I already had clipped out a little section from Mr. Anderson's reply to me. But then when I was getting my coffee machine fixed on Monday, or picking it up more accurately from Craig, he said, "Oh, have a look at this. Have you seen this?" And I said, "I have seen it, but I don't think I've like watched it or done anything with it," not realising that I had, and I had actually already trimmed out a clip. But he played it to me, and it's him basically denying the use of a flat plane, and then mumbling about how the plane must be curved, like a curved flat plane. But yeah, we'll cover that slightly shorter. We'll cover that shortly. But that's Mr. Anderson, who we covered, I know, a couple of weeks ago. Relatively small YouTuber from memory, but there we go. It was interesting to hear his responses. He also pointed out the irony of his name, right? Mr. Anderson's the guy who's been effectively blue-pilled, the guy stuck in the Matrix. How appropriate from our perspective, but how inappropriate from his. Hey, Eli. Hey, Eli. Well, he's
eating.
Wonderful start. Alrighty then. So we're gonna drop covering Candice Owens. Keep getting the name wrong.
Candice Owens.
Candice Owens. Because we've covered her for like 3 shows, not in a row, but over the last couple of weeks we've covered her several times. So unless she does something particularly outrageous or noteworthy, we won't cover her for a bit. Plus the simps were getting a bit too excited about the whole thing yesterday, weren't they? It was all very creepy.
Yeah, it's like they've never seen a pretty girl before. What's wrong with this panel?
Yeah, I mean, it is unusual in this arena, but I don't know. It was kind of creepy having to think about it in those ways. You've sent me an unpackable link, Craig. Have you not got a link to the original video? Don't worry if you haven't. Oh, I can't get rid of this off my screen now, Craig. Thanks. It's asking me what I want to open it with. Hey ho.
Morning.
Morning. While Craig's figuring that out, is there anything else that anyone wants to
Going
cover
on,
today?
guys?
Oh, okay. Say again, Chocolate?
Not saying what's going on.
Nothing, we were just looking for a video to cover. So we might cover a bit of Mr. Anderson or anything else that somebody's got to cover if they want to cover it.
So Nathan, yesterday, just wanted to say I thought it
Mr.
was
Anderson as
pretty
in
good.
Leo?
Can you hear Mush? Hold on. Go on, Mush.
Yeah. The yesterday's video was really good review. I don't think even though some of those guys thought that you attacked Candace, I don't think you did. You didn't attack her or her character or anything. You just literally pointed out her logical fallacies and misunderstandings of her scientific terminology, whatever. But I don't know if I stepped away at the moment, but like, did you even mention why the Earth is flat, how it's measured flat, and did you explain it in yesterday's review? Because I think maybe that was one thing that was forgotten. You know what I mean? Because there was a lot of focus on her and the dude, and I thought it was. I realized after the show, you know what I mean, like that maybe it wasn't covered. That you didn't explain that.
Well, we broke
Do
down
you
the
remember?
scientific method. That's what I told the guys yesterday.
Yeah.
I said
Scientific method,
Nathan
but-
did exactly what we requested.
Yeah,
right, but given that we're talking about flat Earth and measurements, you know, do you know, quote unquote, are you 100% sure and without a doubt that the Earth is flat? You know, and I don't
yes.
think we heard that. You did?
Gotcha. I see
Okay.
where you're going. What you're saying is we've identified an inaccuracy in her new rhetoric, let's call it. If she's left the cult of scientism, then we've had to stop her in her tracks and go, no, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Understand what science is so that you understand what you are actually rejecting and how that is not science. But then we haven't then gone on to say, this is how Earth is measured flat. No. At that particular stage of the game for her, like a lot of us, there comes a point where you just need to know what the how of the lie that you're leaving. How was I put in a position where I believed I was standing on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum at god-awful speeds? How did I get to that position? Well, the science bit explains that. Well, because they lied to you using the word of science. They said science had proved it. They said the whole body of science proved we were on a spinning water ball. And in reality, science doesn't cover that subject. It's a category error. Not dealing with cause and effect. But they wanted the aspect of science that offered them empiricism in the methodology. They wanted that empiricism to be attached to their claims of us being on a ball. So they just used those words. Doesn't mean science is wrong. In terms of how Earth is measured flat, with angles to the stars, yes, we didn't cover that yesterday. We can cover that now, even though I've just said we've done 3 shows. This will now be the 4th on Candace Owens. Owens? Yeah, it is. So yeah, we've done that bit. And yeah, she's got a big reach, and obviously she's as good as anybody as an example to be using as a muse to say to everybody, Earth's measured flat with angles to the stars. But it would have been good in that show yesterday if we'd just dropped it in at some point about latitude measurement and the extrapolation of ball face from the flat Earth angles that we take to that star to give us our mapping systems, to give us the grid, to give us the circles of equal elevation that we call latitude. But we didn't. Alas,
That's something she'll get. That's something she'll grab onto, and she will understand that because she's a sharp girl.
I don't know why. When Mush, have you found this with yesterday's show? And if you listen back to it, whenever it gets to a point of comprehension, I get told in response how smart Candace is and how easily she'll cope with the information. Like all these people are a personal shrink, and they all know how easily malleable she is in terms of information digestion.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, when the 10th man was laying it out for me, it clicked, right? Because I could envision everything in my head. And I'm not nearly as sharp as Candace Owens is.
She'll never get that far.
Alrighty. Quick shout out to LJ, who says top 3 movies ever. Aliens, Predator, and Home Alone. Obviously.
No Godfather in there.
No. What a joke. You think Godfather's better than Home Alone? What kind of idiot are you? I'll give you the super chat, LJ. So, okay, right. It looks like we've got Mr. Anderson through. Thank you very much, Craig. Okay. So at 11 minutes and something you said, didn't you? If you're not in front of his desk right now. I might have to listen to more than...
means is that as we move away, it's doing this. So it's always staying a circle. So it's above you, it's a circle, stays a circle. I'm talking about the orbit of the stars, all of them, that go around Polaris.
Orbits of the stars that go around Polaris? What? You've got a heliocentric system. The clue is in the title. It's sun-centric, not Polaris-centric. Latitude is Polaris-centric. Heliocentrism is sun-centric. Sounds like he doesn't understand his own religion.
Or the Southern Cross in the Southern Hemisphere. Either way, they stay circles, which means that they're moving in curves.
Circles are two-dimensional. When you say moving in curves, you mean the path that we observe the stars? Yeah, but we actually measure them, don't we? What we observe them to do is useless. What they actually do and how we measure them is actually how we get to the point where we can practically apply.
But in their paradigm, the stars are not moving. It's the globe spinning. So why is he saying the stars,
Exactly.
stars are moving?
Right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Not straight lines.
Good morning, Tent.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to share something since you got a little lag here. The post, hold on one second.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, we're just in the middle of something tense, so we'll just get through this.
As you move away and towards that polar region, the stars change their angle to you to stay moving in circles.
They change their angle to you? Yeah, that's a measurement of a flat plane. Their angle with respect to a flat plane.
And that means that it's not a flat celestial plane.
Well, how are you going to get an angle then?
It's a curved celestial plane.
There it is. Let's just hear it again. That's the bit that Craig pointed out to me. Let's just play it in its entirety.
Angle to you to stay moving in circles. And that means that it's not a flat celestial plane. It's a curved celestial plane. That creates a pretty big problem because...
It's a curved...
Yeah, for him.
It's a curved full celestial plane. A full. What's full? Was it almost saying flat plane? Because that's what it is. But it's a curved plane. An oxymoron statement that's never existed. Anyway, that was Mr. Anderson's response to me.
Well, it's on topic of what I'm going to share. So go Master B, you'll see a series of slides there.
Wait, hold up. So his response to you, that's what that was? That It's not a flat plane, it's a curved plane? Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, gosh.
It's a curved plane because we're measuring angles. Yeah, that's his response, yeah.
Right. All right, buddy.
Tell me when you got the pictures up.
Yeah, got your ironing board.
Oh, perfect.
Burn hole.
Now, you've missed this, and the panel probably has missed this. So I'm going to say it again. I've been trying to drop hints. Danny Faulkner even gave you a hint, and you missed it. He said spherical, I got to say it, trigonometry, which we know is really a wedge, not trigonometry, was first done by the Greeks to the celestial sphere. Now, don't forget that, okay? I'll tell you why. Because it has no bearing on Earth. But every time they say, oh, spherical trig, everyone's thinking they're talking about Earth's surface. the spherical trig in their world, which to us is a wedge, because it's an oxymoron. It's not a triangle. But this spherical wedge is the concave perspective view of the stars in question by the observer from a flat plane, seeing 0 to 90. Sunrise to high noon, and then if you want to, sunset. So a total of 180 straight angle that the observer is on. Now let me break this down, but these pictures will do it quite well. So the first picture, you see this image of the imaginary celestial sphere, because that's what they call it too. And you could see that they're using the North Pole and the observer's position on Earth and the star's position on Earth. But Earth is in the middle.
Because of the diagram, it's not your fault. I've just got to... No, the actual observation point is in the center of the globe, but they've also got it...
I'm getting to that. Okay, trust me. Just let me have the stage for a minute.
Okay.
This is the celestial North Pole. This is the celestial star. Okay? And then they mirror it on a globe surface. So you see NP, North Pole, sub point is the star's GP, and then the person holding the sextant, it's his zenith at 90 degrees on that Earth. They take it to the center to a point. Well, this isn't the way it works. This is why this is wrong, and it can never be used for Earth's surface. That's why if you listen to them and read the books, it has nothing to do with Earth's surface. It has to do with your concave view of the imaginary celestial sphere. So we'll come back to this. Let's go to the next slide. So now it's been projected back onto the Earth's surface. As you see in this slide, they've got continents there and latitude, longitude on a ball. Joke. They got the North Pole, the South Pole, and the observer's position. This one says projected onto the celestial sphere. Interesting. Well, you'd have to be on a curved surface to project it onto something, your curved surface. But in reality, it's the other way around. It's the concave view of perspective made into a wedge called a spherical triangle, oxymoron, stupidity, and projected back on Earth as the place you are standing at as the observer and where the star's GP is, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. This one's kind of blurry, but do you see it? It takes it to the point, as we discussed, a central point. You see that?
Yeah.
Nathan? Okay.
Yeah.
So you got the North Pole being that first wedge, the observer's zenith, and the celestial body, the star. So that top wedge is the concave view of the celestial sphere. And then it's projected down to that second wedge, which is representing the Earth's surface. But it all meets at the center at a source point. This is not celestial navigation. As you can see, they kind of give the game away here with the dotted 90-degree lines onto the flat disk surface. Do you see the 90-degree? With the dotted lines coming straight down?
Yeah. Again, they've put the GP onto the celestial sphere, which is in the air, and labelled it GP. But it's ground position. It's down here. But they've labelled it upon the celestial sphere.
Yeah, but this slide is their undoing, because on the previous slide, go to the previous slide, it takes it to the surface of Earth, and it puts it on the GP of a ball. On the slide I just showed you, the black and white one, it's going to the equatorial plane as a single source point, but that's not celestial navigation, because celestial navigation needs a zenith distance from the source of the vertex. So it can't ever, all three lines cannot come to a point to it be celestial navigation. As you can see, and I'll prove in the next slide or so, that the dotted lines straight down create a 90-degree with the observer to get the right angle triangle. Everyone see that? Next slide. The astronomical rectangle, or celestial rectangle as they call it. This is celestial navigation. Not a source point. It is the observer's 90-degree zenith, the red, the star's 90-degree position, GP on the Earth, the blue, the angle, the hypotenuse, the black, of the angle above the horizon, and it's a 30-degree co-altitude because it's a 60-degree angle. So 60 minus 90 is 30, 30 times 60 nautical miles. You're 1,800 nautical miles from the person on the boat, on the water, to the sub point, the GP of the star, 1,800 nautical miles away. This is celestial navigation. There is no everything coming to a point. Next slide. Last slide. As shown here very clearly, the sun in this depiction is 90 degrees over the flat plane. Let's use the same numbers as the slide before. Say it's a 60-degree angle, minus that from 90. You get a co-altitude of 30 degrees, 30 times 60 nautical miles. That bottom baseline with the arrow to the GP of the sun, that's 1,800 nautical miles from the observer, the vertex, to where the sun is at that moment, that month, that day, that year, that whole thing. So then you, as the observer, can know your longitude, latitude based on knowing where the sun is with the tables and time. The azimuth is the direction of the star or sun, and it's from north in a clockwise motion. And so that's why you see the azimuth there as well. So what do you got here? You don't have a single source point because this is celestial navigation. Go back to the very first slide that Nathan caught quickly. It's all going to a source point. This is not celestial navigation. This is you, the ballers, and the fantastically imaginative mathematicians who can trick everybody, a way to create a wedge in the sky because of perspective. Because, you know, if the star's at the horizon, it's basically at 0 degrees, and when it's directly over your head, it's high noon and it's 90 degrees to you. But that creates a part of an arc of a great circle. And so what this PZX triangle is, this wedge, is portions of an arc of 3 great circles. So if you take circles and you take portions of it, you can create this wedge. And that's all they've done, and it's from perspective. But it has to go to a single source point, which is not celestial navigation, as depicted in the black and white slide. They have to tell the truth. You have to bring the GP of the star down to the flat plane you're on, and it's got to create a 90. And then when you're all done, said and done, you go to the next slide, it creates an astronomical rectangle, which is impossible on a globe surface. Any questions?
No, but I'm going to use this last diagram to sort of hopefully tie what you've just said together, although you've done a very good job already. So on this last diagram, you've got azimuth and altitude as you went through. But what you've also got, for whatever reason in this diagram, is this curve that they put in to show that this is a measured angle. Yeah? Now, again, they haven't labelled any 90s, but that's fine for what I'm about to use this diagram for. So if you imagine this is you, this is your light in the sky, and you're holding an angle measuring device to measure the angle. This is the angle. Here's the flat Earth that you're using to measure that angle. There's the angle itself from the flat baseline through a protractor. So now imagine that this line is a protractor. Yeah, it's what you're using. You could mark from 0 to 180 on it. Yep. So you've got a semicircle. That semicircle is the projected point that you see in this diagram. This semicircle is part of this wedge. So on this diagram, the 10th got, these are great, by the way. You've got the same exact, can you pop yourself on mute, whoever that is? You can see the same triangle that 10th pointed out. This triangle here for measurement of an angle from your observer position on a flat plane to a point on the ground 90 degree to your position. This triangle is the same as this triangle. And this triangle is useful because it's got this section through that triangle that creates this view. So now your observer position is here with no hint of the actual flat plane surface that you're measuring the angle to, and no hint of a point on the ground, the extended equatorial plane that is used with these diagrams and these globes and these celestial spheres with you in the center of them. You still need, the whole point of it, an extended celestial plane if you're looking outside of this ball, or if you just look inside the ball, you've got an equatorial plane inside this ball for you to be standing on to put a 90 degree position to it on the ground, 90 degrees to your position in the center of hell. But that triangle, which is definitely not going to be shown in this diagram, is this triangle. So you're starting to see these layers sitting around, these sections. They're just sections of a protractor, if you want to think of them in that way. They're the projected points that would be projected out first to a ball, and then out to, if you count the point where you're seeing this light in the sky, this would be a second protractor around your position. And that would be the celestial sphere. So you've got what you're seeing from the ground with a globe wrapped around you, and then the celestial sphere wrapped around that. That's this. There's you. There's the ball. There's the celestial sphere. Here's the measured angle with the actual line to the flat Earth ignored because you've got all the projected points to use. Then you can start describing an observer's zenith. What's that? The point that the line goes up through you, through your head. You can put that up here on the celestial sphere. It's like, no, you're going to be down here if you're describing zeniths. They're going to be straight up. They're not going to be coming out at any strange angles. But this is how you project a ball. This is how you take an angle measurement from the ground and convert it to PZX triangles. That's how the globe's been created. So when we say the globe is created with flat Earth measurements, this is what we're talking about. These are those measurements that will become the projected points on a sphere or on the outside edge of a celestial hemisphere. Hence these little dangling pizza slices, as 10th calls them. That's this. So, yeah, excellent way of explaining to people how the globe Earth is nothing more than a glorified protractor. That's all it actually is. You're just presenting it as the protractor view that you would see the stars through if you were standing in hell on a flat plane. Like this. Perfect. Thank you. Year of the Sextant. So yeah.
Yeah, so I've got, I wasn't following exactly what you were showing, but I was listening. So, yeah, so we did this year of the Sextant. Age of the sex. I said year, and QE liked it so much. He says, make it the age and send me a slide. So I made a slide for him, the age of the sextant, because he's right. There's your 180 straight angle, and there's your protractor, and there's how celestial navigation is done. It's planar geometry. They've fooled everyone into thinking it's spherical trigonometry. Now, we just proved that the spherical trig, again, I'm going to drive this home because I keep hearing you guys attack spherical trig on only one point, which is, it's stupid because trig is three straight lines. It's not bendy lines that make a 180 degree angle in a triangle. Okay, but that's the only point you're attacking it on. Attack it on the more stronger point. Why are they using the term that doesn't match the wedge? Which is what I explained earlier. Whenever you hear them say spherical trig, don't think of Earth's surface. Think of concave view from 0 to 90 and then project it back to be the Earth's surface, because anywhere on those straight lines, the angle remains the same. Doesn't matter where you are. So it could be infinitely far, or it could be 39, 59 from the central point. It's still going to be that angle. So what they've done in the trick is they've got everyone thinking that spherical trig is being done from Earth's surface. No, it's a perspective view, which looks like if you go to the next slide, you see that wedge? Yeah, this is it. This is that imaginary celestial sphere wedge that they call spherical trig, and then it could be over 500 instead of 180, because of the curved lines. Well, it's not trigonometry anyway, but it's a wedge. Let's call it what it is. They bring this wedge back down and say this is the ground you're standing on. But we saw on the other slide with the dotted lines that the equatorial base has to be flat for it to create the rectangular astronomical box. So you can't have it both ways. It can't be an astronomical rectangle with 490s, and at the same time, you're on a curved surface, which is really a projection of a wedge. You with me on this?
Yeah. Furthermore, as I explained here, this is quite useful to show this. So with this particular star measurement, with the wedges on a flat plane with all the pizza slices dangling through the angles that you're measuring with respect to this flat plane, 90 degrees to your position. Okay, this is quite useful to represent what's inside this globe. So if you've got a 45-degree angle measurement, let's just say for the sake of argument, you can put that plane inside the globe. What happens if you're measuring a star that's only got a 20-degree angle for the sake of argument? Yeah? Well, that's going to put the GP in my diagram off the page. Yeah? You can't fit the circle in anymore for the flat plane that's going to meet that measurement at 90 degrees to the flat plane. So what happens when you've got a 20-degree angle? Well, in this diagram, you can no longer fit that angle measurement inside this globe. So that's when you have something called the extended celestial plane. So inside the sphere, you've got the equatorial plane, flat plane that you're taking the measurements from, transposing it in from curved surfaces that won't give you angles and claiming that it's because all the light's parallel. But if the angle's too big, like in this example, here's the star, what happens if the star's over here? Well, then the GP point would be outside of the globe that you've projected. Well, you just put it on the extended celestial plane then. Oh, we've still got a massive flat plane that extends out infinitely so that it can meet stars that have got massive areas of equal elevation that won't fit within the globe. So this, when it comes to star measurements that are more acute, has to be extended anyway. In other words, it simply doesn't work. It works way beyond its own parameters for its projection. You can still project those points back, because the angle measurement that comes at 20 degrees to this point just gets projected back down onto the globe here. Yeah? But its actual GP point is going to be out here, on the ground. That's where its ground position will meet. Yeah? So imagine this line being much, much, much more acute, like I say, about 20 degrees. Then you're going to have a longer baseline and a greater extended plane, bigger than the globe can cope with. Anyway,
I just sent you a picture of what you're describing.
Perfect timing.
Celestially.
Yeah. I'll just carry on from here. Perfect. Thank you. Exactly. So rather than having this diagram, let's go back to it, where your equatorial plane can definitely fit within a globe. When you get to this diagram, it won't. So if you're measuring, again, from hell, not that anybody's standing in there, you're just justifying it after measuring off a surface that won't give you angles and saying, oh, well, all the light comes in parallel, so I'll put it inside because it's okay to do so. So it works. Okay, so we're inside the globe and we're measuring an angle over here. So if you take your triangle, let's get back to it. You've got your triangle meeting the flat plane at 90 degrees to your position. Okay, so let's do that over here. So we take an angle, it goes to this star up here, 90 degrees down. Oh, it's nowhere near the globe. It's miles away from it, outside of the flat plane that is required inside the globe. So you need an extended equatorial plane. This is Earth. This is what we actually deal with. This is how it actually presents itself. This is how we actually measure it. This bit is nothing more than a glorified protractor. You're standing here measuring through a protractor to a point that you can see in the sky. From hell? No. From the centre of a protractor on a massive extended flat plane. Earth is flat. "86 people watching. Please share the show. Smash the share button if you've not done so already. It's only a couple of clicks and you can put it on your favourite social media site. If you're a fan of Bebo or MySpace, the link will be there. Just click on Bebo, send it straight to it.
Now you have to trim that out and send that to Candace Owens.
Not everything we do. I started the show by saying we've done 3 shows on Candace. Great. But we don't have to make everything that we now do tailored to this person.
No. I'm not saying that. Because what we wanted yesterday was a clear explanation of how Earth is measured flat, and we didn't get it. So all I'm saying is maybe trim that out and send that to her.
Okay. I'm sure somebody will, but Nathan, go to the next 2 slides.
Okay.
So you see 3 circles intersecting at a point where the observer is when he sights with a sextant 3 stars, and you got 3 circles of equal altitudes. And from the center of those circles to the observer, which is depicted by the red dot, is the radius. And that would be, like in that previous slide of the rectangle, 1,800 nautical miles. One of these circles would be 1,800 nautical miles from the center to the observer. But because someone else could be on the other side of the circle at the same time, using the nautical almanac and sighting the star from that position, it's 1,800 nautical miles flat for that person. So that's 3,600 nautical miles of flat disk circle on Earth.
Stop. So what 10th is saying, because it's not easy to understand when you've just got a couple of circles overlapping. Here's your position. And from here to, let's say, S3 is going to be the equivalent of this measurement. So this is the circle that's being shown from bird's eye view. And this is the angle measurement that you've taken on a flat Earth to get that circle. Yeah, this is your circle of equal elevation. Okay, so let's just go back to that diagram 10th had. So that's that circle of equal elevation. What 10th is saying is, this is you measuring this star, S3. But if there's someone over here, they can also be measuring star S3. And a different star over here that overlaps with their position. Excuse me. So all of this whole square, for all of the observers on any of the points on these circles that are measuring these 3 stars, is extended in all directions flat, so that it can work for this guy with S3 and S2 and potentially S4 over here for him, flat for the 90 to S3, flat for the 90 to S2, and flat to the 90 to S4, along with this diagram that shows this observer measuring S1, flat to his position, 90 degrees at S1 to his position, flat to S3, 90 degrees to his position, and flat to S2. And that's true for anybody on the radius of this circle in all directions. That's why you end up with this. A massive extended flat Earth with a protractor plonked in the middle. That's all this is.
Yes. In fact, go to the next slide.
Yep.
Which is one of the videos on celestial navigation. And you see that it's planar geometry. They have the equatorial plane, 180, straight angle. They have a tangent plane, 180, straight angle. And they have a artificial 180 in the air, in the airplane with the bubble sextant, another straight angle. They are measuring the sun and its position relative to planar geometry. The dingleberry representing Earth doesn't exist in reality. This is how they're fooling everybody. And the last slide will tie it in perfect with the previous slide of the 3 circles of equal altitude. Take over here because you know what to do here, Nathan.
So here's the 3 circles of equal elevation from a bird's eye view, and here's them side on. So here's the same 3 circles. So obviously, as I've just described, 90 degrees to S1, 90 degrees to S2, and 90 degrees to S3 from this observer's position. And again, if you imagine that you've got a protractor that's going essentially through all of these positions around your observer point along the ground to the ground positions, if you drew a semicircle around all 3 of these positions, you'd end up with something like, where's the original one? There it is. This. So you end up with a protractor wrapped around you, because this is the observer point. So all the globe is the protractor that you measured the angles through. It's obviously more complicated than that, in they're converting it through Haversine to get to this position, so they can do the conversion to represent it in this way with points on a globe. Mute whoever's in Discord or G+, please. To give you a protractor base view. And that's all we've ended up with on the last slide. You can't actually measure the angles though. If your surface is curved, you won't have 90 degrees to your position. Yeah? You need to start with and end up with angles that are representative of points on the ground, representative of the angle measurements to the stars in the sky, and in the case of globe Earth, with a globe Earth redundant or surplus to requirements through all of those positions.
Excuse me, but what's Haversine? What is that?
Haversine is a transformative mathematical equation that's essential with the PZX triangle for conversion, which is what we just covered. It has nothing to do with Earth's surface. It has to do with a transformative math, and it's required in the PZX formula of the North Star, the star, and the observer, creating that wedge. Last slide, and then we can just talk a little bit until I have to go. You see the last slide, Nathan?
Yes.
This is what they've hijacked, is perspective. I remember back in the day when I first started investigating the subject matter, I ran across a show and someone was asking a veteran flat earther, of all the things that they've argued about and back and forth and debates, what stands out as the one most important thing? And this person at that time said, perspective. And I agree. As you can see with that image, the way you see is like a protractor. And they've hijacked it. But we can use it as well for how God has designed the eyes and how it works. Because as Mitchell from Australia showed the drone going away, or we can see an airplane going away, or we can see a luminary like a sun or a moon or a star going away, looks like it's going down and touching the horizon. But it's really not. It's really is same distance above the plane Earth as it was above your head. Just like the cloud 10,000 feet above your head is 10,000 feet over there, more than likely. But it looks like it's touching. Well, that's perspective. So this is their magic trick to confuse us with perspective and create a wedge, which is not even celestial navigation because it goes to a central point. Celestial navigation is called an astronomical rectangle with 4 90s. That is celestial navigation, and that you need a flat plane.
Perfect. Great presentation. As was echoed from the chat. So shout out to Flat Out Truth. He says, amazing info. Can we get these slides somewhere? I'm sure you can. Thank you for the super chat. Can someone post 10th man slides in Master B, please? One of the team. Hopefully we'll get that distributed out to the server, and then they'll be undoubtedly distributed out, divvied out amongst everybody. So yes, I'm sure someone will stick it in the server for you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, good stuff.
Boy, this is like old times.
It is like old times, isn't it, Neil?
Well, let's see how old it is. When they refer to spherical triangle, what are they actually saying, Neil?
I take QE's position. It's an oxymoron. There is no spherical trigonometry.
I understand.
Way to completely ignore Tent's entire presentation. Yes, you can take that route. It's oxymoronic. It's just trig. Yes, that's true. That still stands. However, it's using just trig to project the points through a protractor based on a flat plane that's justified with parallel light rays coming to the surface that you can't get angles from, so that you can put it inside a globe to an equatorial or celestial plane that you can take angles from and can put GPs on the flat plane that is. So when they say, well, we're using spherical trig, well, you're converting from a flat plane measurement of angles to stars to project those points up onto a globe that you're no longer standing on. You're standing in. That's what it actually does. So when you say what's Haversine? The conversion. That's what we're talking about. This is that conversion.
Is that where they got the pie in the sky from?
I don't know, Neil, but it does kind of look like a pie slice. I will grant you that. When you're taking a section out that is essentially a wedge from a 3D protractor that you've created based on positions on a flat circle that isn't even depicted, it does kind of look like a pie slice being taken out.
Either one works, Neil. It's just that next time you hear spherical triangle or spherical trigonometry from a baller, say no. A more correct description is spherical wedge or spherical pie slice.
I think that's what I got that saying, pie in the sky. It's too obvious to me.
A face in plane geometry is a flat surface. The Bible mentions face of the earth 29 times. So there's your biblical proof of flat earth. Pretty loose.
And the circle circle of the earth is also two-dimensional.
Hello. Pretty loose so far, but thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Go ahead, Tim.
Sorry.
Yeah, and just really quickly, guys.
Sorry. No, I was saying that quick, circle of the earth in the Bible is also two-dimensional. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say the slides are available in Discord. So for all you guys that want 10-pen slides, just join Discord and you can download them easy.
Some of those I added my descriptions like vertex, pointing where a vertex was, but unless you could tell I made one, all of them came from the internet, from celestial navigation sites. So do your search, you'll find more.
Yeah, thanks again for the super chat. Like Righteous just said, if you did want to join the Discord server, there is a link obviously below this video, as I say in every single introduction. And yeah, it's not a particularly arduous task to join the Discord server. Perhaps take part in some of the discussions that we're actually having daily. Welcome, Adam. Hello, Adam.
Afternoon, everyone. Hope you're okay.
Yeah,
nice presentation.
Very well.
I was just catching that.
Good presentation, wasn't it?
Yeah. Who was it said, like the old days? Yeah. Nice to have you back, Tim. Very nostalgic, that.
Hello, Adam. Nice to hear you, too.
It's good to have these knowledge bombs. These, I was going to say chunks. And then I thought, no, wedges of information for people to digest. Because we verbally talk about it. I will often describe the protractor that's been hijacked and turned into a globe. And it's all well and good describing that verbally or debating it with somebody that's presumably got a reasonable handle on how they're going to overcome that in some way. But if you're just trying to explain it to an audience, you do need nice diagrams. Because it's not a simple subject, is it? Far from it. This is about as complex as it gets, I would say. Well, Coriolis could be as complex. Toss it between the two. But at least with this, unlike Coriolis, all Coriolis does is undo a baseless assertion that Earth, the ground we're standing on, is turning. Utterly absurd. It doesn't actually do us any favours. Whereas at least with this, yeah, you can appreciate that you're gonna have to take in a certain amount of information and comprehend a certain amount of stuff that may be elusive to you at the start, but once you've heard it a few times and seen it in a few different diagrammatical formats, it starts to sink in. And then you can start appreciating how Earth is actually measured flat. And how the globe came from those measurements. So it's critically important. Like I say, unlike Coriolis, which I detest as a subject.
I might add that next time...
Coriolis is more fun.
Not more fun.
Go on.
What do you mean more fun? What are you getting out of it?
More fun.
What are you getting out of it? You're proving Earth's flat at the end of that fun.
No, but it's more fun. That's not the fun part. The fun part is listening to them scramble as to try to tell us whether it's spinning, whether we have these two reference frames, or whether we don't. That's the fun part.
The only morsel of usefulness that you can take from it is that in order to make the positive baseless assertion that we are turning, then that description unequivocally requires a flat plane to describe it. You're talking about a non-inertial turning reference frame. It's a plane of reference that you're describing. So, like all things, they need an axis of rotation. Same thing. You need a plane of reference to describe that axis. It's perpendicular to it. All those planes that they need, they haven't got. But that's the only morsel that you can extract out from non-inertial and inertial turning reference planes.
I need to make sure this is driven home. Next time you hear spherical triangle, say, no, how about astronomical rectangle or celestial rectangle? Type that in Google. You're going to get you're going to get a box with 4 90s.
Or this, which gives the illusion that the line's bent. So in the diagram, this has come from a navigation manual, and the diagram includes a curve, and they put 90 rather than the typical way of doing it with a box. There's deception afoot. So they make it look like the co-altitude's got a curve, and the ground's got a curve, but yet you're taking angles from straight lines and putting 90s on them. So there's always going to be deception afoot, isn't there, as we've found. I mean, you use that, you spin that to your advantage, 10th. I will get there, I promise. You spin that and go, look, these are your manuals. These are your globe manuals showing us how we do it. And they're claiming Earth's a sphere when they do it with a 90 on a flat plane with the co-altitude matching the zenith distance. It is flat ipso facto in this diagram. But because it's a globe manual, that does have some negative impact on how they actually present it, doesn't it? Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, of course. In fact, imagine going to your geometry teacher and drawing a right angle with a curved bottom line adjacent.
Not even that, Temp. It's look at the 90. How it's signified on the page. That's not maths. You don't do a 90 with a curve. A 90-degree angle is drawn with a square in the corner, not an arc, to signify it's a 90. You don't put an arc and then label it 90. You don't even have to label it. You just put a square in the corner, which tells you it's 90.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I've covered that viewpoint before. I'm just trying to come in from a different angle here, pun intended. Imagine going to a geometry teacher and saying, he says, draw a right angle. And you draw a curved baseline or adjacent. And he said, no, come back, draw a right angle. So by them putting 90 and on purpose not putting the box and on purpose doing a curved co-altitude in the sky that matches the adjacent on Earth's surface, they're in trouble because they put 90 there. Even though they didn't do the box and the rest, you can't have a 90 on a sphere. The distances are enormous because the maximum nautical miles on one circle of equal altitude is 10,800 nautical miles of flat. Because if you're an operator of a sextant and you have the maximum distance is 5,400 nautical miles, because 90 times 60 is 5,400 nautical miles. That's just the radius to you. But some guy on the other end could be doing this. So that's 10,800 nautical miles. The circumference of that circle it's all flat.
Wow.
Just bear with me a second,
one more time, Sam.
Hold on one sec.
Please,
Chocolate, hold
please,
on. Chocolate, just one sec. Just for the audience's benefit, I found a better diagram, so you've actually got it in the G Plus Hangout now. That's what I'm going to cover now. So on this diagram, you've got the altitude and the azimuth, or elevation and azimuth, as is described in this diagram. And I use this to show how the protractor that you're measuring the angle through gets turned into one of the surfaces that's either celestial or globe surfaces of the sphere. Okay? In this diagram, it makes it even more clear. So in this diagram, you've got the star, you've got a plane that's extending out three-dimensionally, kind of represented by these lines. It's a bit crap in that regard, but there we go. But you can see that you're measuring a star with an angle to that ground and then back to your position. That's the altitude angle that's being represented. And it's being represented through this, although it's not labelled as such, protractor. So when I show you this diagram of the triangle, and then I flick back to this diagram that's got the pizza leaves, you can now more easily understand how this section of the projected PZX triangle is merely this section of an angle measurement with respect to a plane. Now, by chance, this has got two lines inside it, so I can then compare that and say, well, if you imagine, although it would be reference to the star, that this is the celestial sphere and this is the globe inside it, and then I flick back to what 10th originally started with, get back to the origin point, rounding us all up nicely, to this, where you can then see that protractor of the globe inside a flat plane that's invisible from your observer point, and then a second protractor wrapped around that, albeit completely circular rather than semicircular. So that is essentially how the conversion happens. This is what you end up with. You in hell measuring angles with respect to a plane to stars with 90 degrees to points that don't exist inside globes. That originates with this angle measurement with respect to the star, 90 degrees to your position on a flat plane, with two semicircles, one being the globe and one being the celestial sphere wrapped around that. I think we've done a really good job today, 10th. Mostly you.
Gotta give them credit. That's pretty ingenious how they did that.
Yeah.
Can I ask John real quick? Just can you go over that distance that it's possible to be again? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
See, that's one of those things that like punched me in the face when I realized it. You know what I mean?
That's it punched me in the face when I realized it. So we got two black
Me too.
We got two black guys, you and me. Nathan, I put two other slides, so I'll explain it with my last two slides. Do you see them?
Yes.
So circle of equal altitude for the observed altitude, circle of equal altitude for the computed altitude. This is the corrections you do to make sure that by the time you do your high divide correction and get your eyeball, like the site reduction tables already do on the surface of the water, you have an acute angle, now an obtuse angle, a right angle, and then the box. So you see the GP's in the middle, and the person with the section is on the outside in the circumference of the circle there. So if someone was on the other side of Earth, sighting that same star at that same time, that radius line is from the center of that circle to the first observer with the sextant, but it would also be a diameter of the circle. So then that whole diameter is flat. So if you go to the next slide, which is a geometric slide or geometry slide, parts of a circle, you can see the diameter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that center is the radius to the edge. But if you say, what is the full, you'd have to draw a diameter. and say that's a 180 straight line on the two-dimensional circle. And right there, it shows the radius is from the center to the edge, but the diameter is edge to edge, which means that in celestial navigation, you got a circle of equal altitude. And if it's the maximum, 5,400 nautical miles, because that's all it can go to, 0 to 90, okay, then that's 10,800 miles of nautical miles diameter of that circle. It's only 5,400 nautical miles for the one guy with the sextant because of the radius from the center to him. This is why celestial navigation can only work on a flat Earth. This is why it's planar geometry. That's why they had 3 180 lines with a dingleberry stuck in there to fool you, but they don't use the dingleberry.
I was going to go and get a dingleberry diagram, but there isn't one. So when we say
I gave you 3 lines.
Oh yeah, is that dingleberry? Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, okay. So when we say dingleberry, this line here that's tangential to the surface of a sphere Earth, I explained earlier when I said they justify moving the angle to the celestial plane by suggesting that these parallel light rays from a very distant star or sun are a justification to move all of those parallel light rays down to the middle of the protractor where they originated. Yeah? In other words, so they can match up with what we actually see when we're looking at the star. However, what we will end up using is the protractor view. You'll end up in hell to use the protractor of the globe surplus to requirements because it's merely a representation of these points that are already plotted on the celestial sphere. That's why I say it's surplus to requirements. It's not redundant. What you're using is the flat plane, the point on it that the star is above its ground position, and that's it. Now, if you've already got the celestial sphere view, you're not measuring the stars anymore. You don't need the protractor view. Not that it is. It's Haversine converted to project back onto it to pretend that you're standing on it to measure angles that you can't get because they won't be angles and they'll have to be moved to hell anyway. But this is the dingleberry. So this line in the middle with an Earth dangling beneath that tangential plane that doesn't give you an angle. That's what we call dingleberry, as opposed to this, which, depending on the view you get, either equatorial, that's the plane inside the globe, or celestial, the extended plane that we've got in this diagram. We call this the globe burger. In case you haven't figured out why, obviously it's got a bun on top, a bun on bottom, and a extended meaty plane in the middle, rather than dingleberry, which is dangling beneath. Yeah, I hope that terminology is clear. Anything else? Any more? No. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
I remember when you first brought that out. I was like chocolate. I got punched right in the face. I was like, what? Oh, what?
Every sunset is 5,400 nautical miles in one direction of the radius of the circle of equal altitude. 10,800 as a diameter, all flat.
Awesome.
Yeah, Nathan keeps on saying equal elevation, and Johnny corrected him.
I was going to post that one last picture, but you left too early, Nathan, but we can finish up with it here. It's the one with the off of that navigator site that he actually has to show what's happening, but it can't happen on a globe.
Yeah, I got it.
I mean, I don't know what more ballers need to see.
I don't know either. I don't think we're trying to convert ballers, though, are we? We're just showing people how it is. But
no, I'm not trying to. I'm actually not trying to convert anybody. I am Much like the gospel message, I'm just proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ. I don't try to save people. First of all, I needed to get saved. I can't save anybody. So I take the same attitude when it comes to disseminating truth. You just tell the truth, and then hopefully it lands on open ears, open eyes, and they contemplate, they go do a little research, and hopefully they find the truth. But when we show what we're showing, it's so plain, pun intended, to see that why is it taking so long?
Don't you realize what's going on? They're getting ready to transfer. Trust me.
Neil, I set that question up for discussion. Obviously, I know what's going on.
They're getting ready to transfer over to Flat Earth. All these people coming out, now Candace Owens, this one, yeah, it is flat. We always knew it.
Well, Fly Me to the Moon is a new movie coming out, which is another slam on the fake moon landing. It's
exactly.
Yeah, the transition probably takes a generation, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we've been in it for about 10 years now. So within the next 10 years, all over the schools, that's what the kids talk about. Go to the schoolyard and bring it up. They'll be like, oh, yeah, flat Earth.
Spent a long time hanging around schoolyards, do you know?
No, but I hear things.
The word on the street, huh?
Yeah, and that time I was doing a job in Jersey, and the two kids were there. I asked them, and they were like, oh, yeah, we know Earth is flat. Those were 13, 14-year-olds.
Wasn't that the newspaper headline? 2 kids found axed to death. Was that you?
I don't know. I asked them a question, I guess.
The Easterners always say axe.
Pardon, I asked them a question. Don't sound right.
Asked. Like it's spelled.
Neither does I axed 2 kids.
See, you're saying it wrong. Gotta say, I asked them.
Let me get a handle on that.
About flat Earth.
Let me get a handle on that axed.
Oh, that's a good one.
Didn't someone want to bring something up in the after show? Was it you, Adam? I'm anticipating something happening. I don't know why.
Well, there's only one little thing I did have lined up just as a side thing. We were talking about scripture the other day. And QE was, when we was talking with RV about angels and stars. And QE just cited I'll pull it up first. Job 38. It's nothing massive, just something. I think it was Neil that spotted it. So if we go to 38 from verse 4. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who has stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? Cornerstone's interesting because it requires a flat earth to be positioned from the sun in masonry. So that, but I like this bit here. It was verse 5. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it?
Yeah, these are all very flat earth sounding terminologies. Cornerstone, stretched, line. line,
Measured.
cornered,
Measurements.
measured. Yeah, it's all very flat.
Yeah, I use that one quite often, Adam.
Me too. It's one of my favorite scriptures. Gird up thy loins like a man.
You remember when we got in a little tuffle with symbolism in the Bible, because there is, as well as, you know, historical fact or things that are exactly what they are, not to be taken metaphorically. Just read the scripture. Remember that part in that conversation where it got a little out of hand with RB?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
I'm pretty sure we can blame all that on microphone issues.
No, that microphone issue was an issue. I feel bad for RV for having a bad microphone, and I wasn't aware of it until we bantied around about it until I realized there was a delay. But it's symbolism. People take that to be reality sometimes. Like when Jesus said he's the door. Well, he's not a door. He's trying to display what a door does and what he does like what a door does. I am the bread of life. Well, he's not a loaf of bread, but bread was a very important part of people's diet. They needed to live and eat. So he's using these symbolisms, metaphors, whatever someone wants to call them. And so you just got to be careful, because I took him to Genesis at the beginning and said, we now know what the stars are, what the sun and moon is, because it says it right here in Genesis. They're for times and seasons, demarcation of day and night. That's what they're for. And then you can see throughout Scripture things that are symbolized with stars. Like Jesus is called the morning star. Well, we know he's not a star. But Satan
Right,
also,
they all have moons though, right?
hang on there, Neil. I'm in the middle of a flow. And Satan is called a falling star and morning star as well. It's describing something. And when it says the stars sang, you shouldn't say those are angels singing, because we're in Job 38. What's the verse after the stars sang? Someone read it. You there, Adam?
When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy.
Okay, now we have a little context. God creates the stars. Here it says they sang, and all the sons of God did what?
Shouted for joy.
Those are angels. Sons of God in the Bible are angels. So what is the stars? Well, what does that mean they sang? So if you look at certain commentaries, one of them said, when the morning stars sang together, the stars generally, or the actual stars visible on the morn of creation, are probably meant. They, as it were, sang a song of loud acclaim on witnessing the new marvel. Now, this is very interesting, because people like to go to commentaries that match their bias or whatever. And of course, I look at all commentaries and I say, well, this guy doesn't agree with this guy, and they both read in the Hebrew, et cetera, et cetera. But logically, you have to go through the whole Bible and just see what is being said for proper hermeneutics and exegeting the scripture instead of eisegeting. So when we look at this situation here, where stars are used symbolically throughout the Bible, but in Genesis, they're actually things that God created for. Obviously, we use it for navigation, times and seasons, day and night, sun and moon, so forth. What day was it when they were created? The fourth. So the angels were created first, and they're watching God create everything. And it wasn't until the fourth day where the sun, moon, and stars were created, and day and night was God's light until he defined it as the sun and the moon now would be the sources used for day and night. So they're watching this, and it's like, wow, the stars, look at that. What a marvel the angels are saying. Because the sons of God are the angels. They're witnessing the stars being made. And in this commentary, it's like a song of loud acclaim on witnessing the new marvel. The priority to the earth is implied since they witness its birth. Their song is, of course, that silent song of sympathy whereof Shakespeare speaks when he says, each in its motion like an angel sings. The sons of God here must necessarily be the angels. See Job 1:6. If you go to Job 1:6 and Job 2:1, you'll see those are angels. Because there's no man yet in existence. Adam and Eve weren't created. So the angels joined in the chorus and praised God for the creation of the stars. So it's symbolically speaking of the stars singing, but the stars aren't singing. It's just a marvel of their creation. And just like Jesus is the bread of life, Jesus is the door, all this stuff, it's a way of expressing the marvel.
Indeed.
So then, can I ask a question on that then? So then,
I'm sorry, you're not clear, Chaco. What are you saying?
Maybe he's sorting it out. His line's a bit rough. So
I said, so the stars weren't singing?
Is Jesus the door?
When the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted joy.
Somebody's off mute.
That's pretty clear to me.
Seems clear to me. I don't see that as an analogy. I don't see it needs all that explanation. I just read the passage for what it is. Now, it's a marvel, what's happening, but I read it as that marvel.
Yeah, but we know that when the stars were created, the specific reason they were created is given in Genesis. And then as an
but we don't know what they are.
I'm in the middle of talking. It's really hard to explain the whole thing because you have to go through the Bible and just look at every reference to a star. That's what you do. And you find out that Jesus Christ is referred to as the morning star.
So, the morning stars.
Can I ask a question on that?
I'm sorry.
This is very difficult.
Let's just let Chocolate get in because he's got the worst mic and he's buggering at the audio while he's trying to get in. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in a noisy warehouse. That's where I work. So my question on that, because obviously I don't read the Bible, but this thing back and forth between what you can take literally and what you take as a metaphor. So what you're saying is if it can be taken literally, you do that, and then if you can't, then you take it as a metaphor. Like how does that work with the Bible?
It tells you. Who you asking, Chocolate? Because everyone's going to jump in.
That's how you put it. But it tells you, like, when there's going to be a simile, it's set up as a simile. If it's going to be something else, it's pretty clear about what it's talking about.
Adam, can you please go to Psalm 19:1 and just read the beginning?
2 seconds.
The heavens declare the glory of the Lord, and the firmament shows his righteousness. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge.
Oh, really? Last time I stepped outside, the heavens didn't talk to me. Day unto day they utter speech. I don't think this is literal. I think this is back to what I was trying to say.
Totally literal. especially the last bit, and night unto night showeth knowledge. That's
Correct.
exactly what they're doing. That's literal to me. Just
No,
because
you're missing my point. You're missing my
because
point.
I can't get the first bit in my tiny little mind, and it applies to both passages. The second part tells me it's truth. It's not allegory. It's not metaphor. It's describing, as with the rest of the passage, particularly in Job, either side. It's just describing stuff. Now, for me, yeah, I read that as literal. I don't need anything other than what's there. It's quite clear to me, and it's a marvel. And the same here. Yeah, I could understand the last bit, but not the first bit. Day unto day uttereth speech. Don't fully understand what that is, but don't need to turn it into something else, because the rest of the sentence, and night unto night showeth knowledge, and that does resonate with me.
I'm not arguing that point. You're not hearing what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, that I thought that's what the point you was making, that this isn't.
No. Look, when we look,
this has another speech which we shouldn't take literally.
No. This shouldn't be this difficult. When you step outside at night and see the Milky Way or the stars, what normally do you say to yourself? And you see the magnificence of it.
And the knowledge it's giving me, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So no one's arguing that. But it's talking in a way that they're speaking to you. This is the creation of God. They're speaking to you. God made this. This is what he's trying to say. But when I step outside, I don't hear the stars talking to me like a man talks to me. But I do sense they are talking to me because they point to a creator. Do you follow where I'm going?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Right. And this is why the morning stars sang. It's like the same thing. And then, but then it goes to angels. And the angels are saying, wow. So there's a distinction between stars and angels in Job. So did the morning stars sing actually, or is that the same way as the heavens declare the glory of God and the angels say, oh my gosh, this is fantastic? It's the way it's describing it for us to understand it, because day unto day.
I disagree with.
I'm almost done.
I understand your point fully, because you've said it a few times, and that's what I disagree with. I don't think that's the case.
And that's okay.
Text as it reads, in context with the sentence before, the sentence after, and the rest of the sentence. It's all describing. It's not metaphor. Not to me, because I read. I understand your point, and fair enough.
I'm about to agree.
I'm still talking, Ken.
I was too, Adam. I was too, but I stopped when you asked me to. I agree with you. The commentaries are divided on this. Some people think the way I'm thinking. Some people think the way you're thinking. That's all I'm trying to point out. It isn't just one view.
What I'm trying to say is we weren't there. How do I know at the beginning of creation, when God created the stars, why wouldn't they sing out?
I'm with Adam. I don't see any reason to take this allegorically. It's literal. It would tell me if it was to be taken allegorically. Why would I take this allegorically? There's no reason to.
It doesn't tell you when Jesus says, "I'm the bread of life." I am a door. Does it tell you take it allegorically, or is it obvious?
Yeah, but that's different, because you're talking about the beginning of creation.
No, it's
now
not different. It's hermeneutics.
We know he's not a door, but how do we know? It says the angels sang. I'm going to take it for what it says. I mean, the stars sang, right? Read it again, Adam.
Yeah, and also says Jesus is the door. Look, it's not a divisive issue. I'm saying people are split on this. I happen to take the other a different view than Adam. That's all. It's okay. It's not going to ruin anyone's salvation.
Can you read it one more time, Adam, if you're there?
Yeah. I'll read it. Read it from 5. That was the point of this. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon the foundations thereof fastened, and who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy.
Yeah, it says the morning stars sang together. That's like a chorus.
And that's why you can, like Tam's saying, take that allegorically, the chorus of the lights, as they sang together, the morning stars as they come. Yeah, you can, but I think, I don't feel here that that's the case, that I should read the line like that. There's none of the lines before or after read like that. Now, I admit my ignorance as to what that particular bit of text could mean to my simple mind, but yeah, it's telling me it happened to me, that bit of text.
All right, but what's the context of the whole scripture you're reading? It's God talking to Job, correct? And breaking stuff down for Job.
Neil, please just think outside the box for a minute. Stars in this context is saying that, and commentaries say it's the marvel of creation, it's the chorus, it's the beauty, it just got made. And then it goes to angels who are separate of the stars, and they are saying, wow. And then if you do proper hermeneutics and exegeting a scripture, you would look at every place in the Bible that mentioned the star and to see what context are stars referred to in every instance.
In the beginning of creation?
Do you know I'm in a flow here? I'm trying to finish. You don't take one scripture and make a doctrine out of it. You take it all.
What I'm saying is that's he's explaining to Job, right? The beginning.
Neil, am I allowed to finish? Am I allowed to finish, Neil?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Jesus is the morning star. Is he one of those stars that were created in the sky and sang? Is he one of them? Satan is referred to as the morning star. Is he one of those stars that sang?
No, because that's not in the context of what we're reading.
Excuse me. Stars is the context. And you have to go look at what stars are. And then you got to look at, are they ever used symbolically? Are they ever said that they sing? Are they ever used in any other way other than Genesis 1, where it says they were made for times and seasons?
Don't say it sang. You just read it that it says it sang. What do you mean?
Okay, forget it.
You're saying is there anywhere where it says? Yeah, it's in Job. It says that they sang.
Interesting. I've just read on. The next verse, verse 8, actually uses and introduces it as metaphor. So when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy, or who shut up the seas with doors when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness of swaddling band for it. See, there is a metaphor there, and it introduces it as such, as if. There's no as ifs, as if the morning stars sang together. There's nothing there. But when it wants to use it, it makes it clear to me in the text. It's not saying anything other than describing what happened to me there. Now, that would imply stars can sing. So then you go to what Tim's saying. What other passages have we got that stars are something other than their initial appointment in Genesis?
Okay, and I'm saying that he's taken us to when he created the stars, and at creation they sang. Does it mean that they have to sing all the time? Remember, God doesn't push away worship. He welcomes it. He's God Almighty. He just created these lights, whatever the stars are, and they sang.
Neil, this is how the cults take a scripture out of context and create their cults.
Come on,
You have
Chad.
to be
Don't
careful.
disrespect me like that. I come on.
Okay, you know what? Go.
That's not. There's no cult involved here. I'm reading it for what it says.
Right,
It says
and I'm
they
reading, and you know, you're pushing my button because I'm reading Jesus is a piece of bread.
Yeah, but that's a whole different scripture.
No, it isn't.
He's talking to Job at the beginning of creation. He's letting this man know, and the Job's counselors, how it was done. He's saying, this is what, turn up your loins like a man, because I'm going to speak to you. And then he speaks about what he done. And it says that the stars sang at creation.
And Adam read the rest of it, and it's metaphoric with the rest. So read it in context, take all the scriptures about stars, then arrive to a decision. This is why I said there's some people mixed on this view. I happen to hold my position. That's all.
Or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth, describing, as if it had issued out of the womb. Metaphor.
That's a metaphor.
Yeah, and the sentence tells you so. Whereas to me, the other ones don't. I think we've done this to death. We've gotten I don't think you can go any further. I don't think you can develop anything other than that knowledge that shows you've got a lack of knowledge. Because, wow, the stars sang, and I don't know what that means. Can't form a cult out of it. I can just express that I don't know. It is my opinion there. But it is physical to me, or a reality. It happened, because that's how it's portrayed to me.
That's one of the reasons I asked that question that I asked, was because I hear a lot of this happen when the Bible comes up, and whether like it's like the war, the literal versus metaphorical, and that's why I asked, like, does it tell you, like, how do you know what to take literal, what to take metaphorically? You know what I'm saying? That's the reason I asked the question, because I know this happens a lot in Bible discussions. So that was the reasoning. Because I mean, when you guys said something like, "Well, Jesus calls himself bread," well, I mean, if he's referring to himself as that, I wouldn't take that literally, because that's him talking about himself. So obviously,
he does call himself the bread of life.
No, but I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. It's a guy referring to himself as the bread of life. That's not a piece of bread. You're talking about, I'm the bread, right? But then you got something else where somebody else outside is looking at the star and saying the star is singing. How do I take that as, is the star really singing, or is it just the beauty of it is like a song to the guy? You know what I mean? It's like, it's a little weird how to take that.
It doesn't say that, though. It says the stars sang. It doesn't say it was like a beauty to him. If you read it, it says what it says.
Okay, so a light is singing. So I take that literally, or like, am I guided by the Bible as to how to take that? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm.
Hold on, because what I said before, it's at the beginning. Go ahead, Adam.
That's the point in conjecture. Are the stars something other than just lights in the sky? That's why this bit with RV came up, because this is what he was citing from Revelation. And this is what QE brought up to show, yeah, they are something other than just lights in the sky. There's points in scripture that links them to being more. This verse being one, when the morning stars sang together. Well, that's not commensurate with our simple lights in the sky. And that's all they are. I think that would be my point of looking at this. That makes sense, Chuck?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why would it say, real quick, it angels are not stars, because it says the morning star sang, and then it jumps to the sons of God, which are the angels. It's a distinction between the two.
No, it's not a distinction. It's saying they're all singing, they're all celebrating at this point. Sons of God, morning stars are singing, the sons of God are shouting for joy. There's great happiness in heaven at what God's created. That's what I'm reading there.
Morning star refers to either the early morning star that everybody sees at dawn, or it could be referring to all the stars. Either way is fine. The fact that it says they sang doesn't take away that the next verse identified the angels as sons of God, not as stars. It's pretty clear the angels are excited about the stars being created. And the way Scripture sometimes uses its language, just like it's obvious when something's a metaphor, something's symbolism, something like that. So when the heavens declare the glory of God, oh, well, they should be singing to this day. I should hear them. No, they're not singing. It's a declaration of the glory.
No, I don't see it like that. They sang at that point of creation. Sorry, Adam. I'm just saying. I think
human here doesn't Jesus cite when he's held in front of the Pharisees to say to them, "Doesn't your own Scripture tell you that ye are sons of God?"
Yes, that's a reference to Judges, because the judges
calling them angels.
No.
So when it says all the sons of God shout for joy, why does that mean angels then? If Jesus,
because I gave you a reference to go to.
10th man,
because no man was created yet.
And you're not letting me make my point, dude. You're preempting it.
I told you to go to Job 1.
No. I'm asking
Job
you to have a bit better civility.
Okay, fine. Even though I told you where it was.
No, you can't tell me anything. I hadn't finished my sentence, dude.
That's fine. I apologize. Same thing happened to me.
Conversation. I know you've got all the answers, but as
God,
I'm not presenting myself as if I'm trying to just work through it. I don't have an answer. That just popped in my head. So can I share it again? Because the passage says, and all the sons of God, it doesn't mention angels. So now I'm trying to think, well, where in the Bible is the title sons of God? How do I link that to angels? Because that's what you were saying. Now, the first passage that's popped in my head is when Jesus uses that phrase. How is that commensurate with an angel? I think that's a reasonable point to consider.
If you remember, by reviewing this video, or whatever you want to call this YouTube thing, I said, go to Job 1:6 and Job 2:1, and you'll get your answer. But no one went there.
Can't you just tell me, as I've just put it to you?
No, at that time, man wasn't created yet. He did. He said it before. At that time, man was not created yet.
That's not what I'm referring to, Neil.
Uses it then. What is he using in relation? Not as angels then.
Okay, you want a reference to what the sons of God are? I am making breakfast for my wife. Can you please go to Job 1:6 and Job 2:1, please?
No, can't we just deal with why Jesus is using it? Why do I need to
I was, and I will get to that, but please go to this.
Jesus doesn't say that in Job.
Okay.
It says it in Psalm 82. Your word says that you are God.
I'm pretty much fed up with the situations that humans create conflict, whether on purpose or by accident. So I apologize for cutting you off, but please do not eternally use it against me.
I'm not using anything against you. I'm asking you to stay on the point I raised, not another Bible passage that doesn't deal with the passage that I've just raised.
We want to identify who the sons of God are in both passages.
Right. So in the one that I mentioned, what is he? How is he using that then? Who's he talking to? He's talking to humans, isn't he?
Well, you got to get the context of what's going on, which is he's claiming to be equal with God and God in human form. And the Pharisees are upset, saying, you are just a man. And then Jesus uses one of the scriptures where the judges who represented God were called the sons of God.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says, in your own scriptures, you say this, small g, not big God, not the real God, but representing God, people looked upon them as they looked at Moses, basically. You know, this is God talking to me because God's talking through him. That's the reference Jesus is making to the judges, because we know there's only one God. Then this is why the New Text.
So that's two parts now then in Judges as well, where the title sons of God isn't related to angels.
Context is the judges, not the angels. So
I've not got a judgment yet. I'm just building a body of evidence. So we've got two citations now where sons of God isn't used as a reference to angels. Yeah, I'd only thought of one. So, okay, when Jesus is referring to it there. So have we got some now where the term sons of God is specifically and implicitly linked to angels?
Sons of God is used in context of men when Jesus is talking, and of angels in Job 1:6 and 2:1. If you would go there and cite those verses, you'll see context determines interpretation. This is why you just don't take a text out of context. You look through the whole Bible.
But so we're in agreement that the same phrase has different meanings.
This is exactly my point from the beginning when I said Jesus is as the morning star. You're making my case.
So how do I know in this point then that it's an angel and not another person? That it's not something else?
Well, why don't you read Job 1:6 out loud? Job 2:1.
I'm still on this one. I want the distinguishment in here. When I'm reading Job 38.
Because Jesus is referring to the judges. It's humans.
Where would you like me to go?
Job 1:6 and Job 2:1.
Can I do Job 1 verse 6 or 16?
No, Job chapter 1 verse 6 and Job chapter 2 verse 1.
Job chapter 1 verse 6. Now, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them.
When did that happen? And when
relevant to the point.
And where's the Lord and how they came to his?
You've asked me to go there. I'd have to read it all. Why don't you just summarize the point and then for us? Because I can't answer your questions.
I could tell tensions are up, so I'm gonna go on pause, make my breakfast, and then I'll listen to you.
Tensions aren't up. It's just you asked me to read a piece of scripture, then you went, and when did that happen?
I thought you were asking
as if my answer's going to resolve it. I thought I was going there for you to make your point, not for you to ask me when did that happen.
I thought you were asking me.
I'm confused as to your point. So I've gone to where you've asked me to. Now, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them.
Yes, and I thought the pause meant for me to proceed, but I guess I'm wrong again. I keep making
you asked me at that point, when did that happen?
And I was commenting on my answer to it, and then after I'm done, maybe you could tell me your version of it, because we're having versions of scriptures.
I don't have a version. You were citing this bit to prove that when we use the term sons of God here, it means angels. Should I read the bit before or after? Does that clarify it? Because that bit doesn't clarify it to me. Doesn't make that unequivocal statement. When we say sons of God, we mean angels. That's what I'm looking for.
In the first text he reads, though, I'll say it again. When he's talking about Job, he's talking to Job. There was no man created yet. So the sons of God had to be the angels.
Did they? Couldn't it just be the sons of man, as described?
There was no man created yet.
Sons of man, sons of God, sorry. Sons of man's different. Well, let's read this bit, because this appears to be a feast. Yeah? And his sons went and feasted in their houses, every one his day, and sent and called for their 3 sisters to eat and to drink with them. And it was so, when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, "It may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts." Thus did Job continually. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And the Lord said, and so it goes on to that story. So I'm not, why does that mean angels?
I always took it because Lucifer was present with them, Satan, and he's a fallen angel. I mean,
Right. Yeah.
who else was it?
I don't know, Neil, but I'm asking, why should I read that as that means angels? I can assume.
Because he would have said, if it was humans, he would have said the sons of men came.
Wouldn't it have said, if it wanted to say angels, it would have said angels? Saying a very specific phrase, sons of God.
Excuse me. I'm in the middle of doing breakfast, but please read 2:1, Job 2:1, please.
Job 2. What? Are we done with this then?
No, we're not done with anything. Just go to Job 2:1.
Why are we jumping around?
Oh my gosh, this is impossible.
No, it's not. You've just asked
Adam,
me to go
because
to
Scripture
Scientism.
interprets Scripture.
I've read it. We've talked about it. Yeah. You've not cited why you asked me to read it. You've gone for breakfast. You've come back, and now you're saying to read another passage when we've not. Why?
I gave you 2
Is it not a reasonable question I've asked?
You know what's the problem here is I gave you 2 scriptures to go to. You only went to one. You didn't go to the second one. And now you're saying that I'm not reasonable.
I don't think you are being. Let's deal with the one we've just gone to.
And I'm trying to tell you that if you were going to describe the Bible and wanted to know what the actual meaning
I'm not
was.
describing anything. I'm just asking.
I think I was talking here before you rudely interrupted me now. Oh, you can do it to me, Adam, but I can't do it to you. This is the double standard.
I'm asking you to actually hold a conversation with me instead of just asking me to go to places and read things and not engage in conversation.
No, Adam, I told you have to go through the Bible from Genesis to Revelation and look at every verse, and you're refusing.
A bit of time,
you're
innit?
refusing to do that.
I thought you was going to take me to each phrase and explain why you were taking me to it, and then we'd go to the next one.
Yeah, but you have to read 2:1. You got to read 2:1.
Naive of me. So obviously not how you do stuff. You just go from verse to verse and verse, and just don't deal with any of the verses. Just go to the next one. Have a bit of breakfast, and then go to another one.
I don't make my decision based on one verse.
No, but you can at least make a point after somebody's go to look it up.
Oh my God! There's spiritual. You know what I sense, Adam? I sense spiritual warfare here, but I love you deeply.
Spiritual warfare. I've got no point to make. I'm trying to listen to yours, but you're not making a point. Hence my frustration.
You're not listening, Adam.
Oh, clearly. Clearly, it's all at my door, brother. It's all at my door.
Adam, I love you. You know, and I share together that I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But I'm going to end this conversation because I sense spiritual warfare here. I am trying to describe.
No spiritual warfare. You can try and pass it off as that. This frustration that I've obeyed your requests and you're not in any way reciprocating with any information or enlightenment after I've obeyed your requests.
I can't give you what you want.
Spiritual warfare. That's a straw man and false.
No, hold on. You did it, Adam. He asked you to read 2 scriptures. Hold on, Adam. He asked you to read 2 scriptures.
I've read 3.
You haven't read Job chapter 2 yet. Just read that because it may interpret the other one, and then Tenth can put it together. It's
Why?
not
Can't we just
uncommon.
read this
When
one?
you hold on, Adam, 1 second, please.
Okay, I'll do
When you break it,
more. Right, Job what?
1 second.
What's next? Job what? Clearly the only point that matters. Job, go on. Job, next.
Tenth, which one was it? To what?
You could at least pay attention to the scripture numbers, Neil, rather than cheerleading.
Well, I don't know if it's 2-1. And with them arguing, I'm not cheerleading for nobody, Nathan.
Yeah, but you just need to.
But I know how you go through scripture. Ted gave him two to read.
Neil.
Okay.
All I'm saying is you need to keep attention of which one was being referenced, because now Adam's going, okay, fine, I'll concede. Which one do you want me to go to, even though that's my complaint that I haven't had the other two explained to you?
I don't know what we're arguing back and forth. I know he gave one scripture, and I know it's Job chapter 2, but I don't know the freaking verse, because I can't hear the verse. Freaking hold the charge to me.
Hey, sorry to break this up. This is Paulino B. Michael from the Flat Out Truth. There's a PBD podcast, and they had a UFC fighter, and it's all flat Earth. I put the link in the description. I really don't know how this works on Discord. Sorry, you guys can go back.
Can someone grab that and stick it in Master B for me? Thank you. Are you the guy that sends me all the super chats?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This UFC guy is just going crazy. He goes through everything. Ice Wall, Admiral
Is it
Byrd,
Bryce Mitchell?
everything. Yes.
Yeah, I know that. He's been on it for a while.
It's already in Master B.
It's
Thank you.
huge. So, yeah, I posted it. I don't know if I did it right or not. So,
Yeah, we'll have a look at that tomorrow. Cool. Thank you very much.
yep. Have a good day, guys.
Will do.
I'll read it. It's 2-1. Again, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. Is that the one you read first, Adam?
Not if you. I've read Job 38, Psalms, Job 1. So no, this is Job 2.
Okay, so Job 2, verse 1. Again, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them to present himself before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, From whence thou comest? And Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it.
Okay, so same thing again. Then we're making assumptions based on those in the presence. Yeah. But again, we've used the term sons of God implicitly, not angels.
Okay.
Well, I don't know where Kent was going with it. As soon as he comes back.
Hang on, I'm back. I had to feed my wife. Sons of God is used interchangeably with you, Neil, with me, and any Christian. It's used interchangeably with angels. That's why you do every time it mentions something, you go to the context. So when God made the angels, he treated them like it was his sons. That's why they're called the sons of God. When he made mankind, same thing. When Jesus, who came in flesh, he is the Son of God. So you've got to take context and proper hermeneutics, which is what I was trying to say, is that here I've given just a few verses, but you'd have to go from Genesis to Revelation and look up every time sons of God is used, how it's referenced in the context, what it means. It's obvious when it means Jesus, because he'll be clear. He's the Son of God. And the disciples say that. Okay, so then it's obvious we are sons of God by adoption. The New Testament says that. The angels are called the sons of God. It says it right there in the verses we read. In the Judges...
Where did it say that? That's what I'm asking for. Where does it say that the sons of God are the angels? It just says the sons of God.
Okay, Adam. Satan's going to and fro, up and down the earth. Obviously, he's at the throne of heaven. Who's there with him?
Sons of God, if I take the scripture.
Right. So they must be angels because humans are on earth. Yeah, because humans are on earth.
And like I say,
Yeah, there's no men in heaven yet.
I'm happy for you to assume that. You've not demonstrated it to me. And that's
Well,
what I've been asking for.
I'm happy to leave it.
The demonstration, I'm not satisfied.
Okay, that's fine. And, you know, I respect that. You can have your opinion. I have mine. I tried to say this half an hour ago, but, you know, you're just going to drag it out, it seems like.
It can't be anything else but angels, Adam.
Why not use the word angels then? It can't be anything else.
There was no man in heaven.
Okay. Why not use the word angels then?
It's obvious, Adam. It's okay. You can keep your version of it. I'm saying this is how I read it. And I said it's not going to affect anyone's salvation. It's just you can go to different commentaries. They'll say the opposite of what I'm saying.
Hold
you
on,
go
that
to some
seems-
of them, they agree with what I'm saying.
Hold on.
That's all I wanted to say.
One sec. Hold on. Hold on. Stop. Can you hear me? Hello? That seems to be the
we're in the
reason.
middle of a conversation though, Nathan.
Well, yeah, but I've just got to pull 10th on something. You're saying, well, that's your version of it, but Adam's the one taking the literal parts literally, and you're offering him a different interpretation and telling him that that's his version of it. But the only person with a version is you, and you're explaining your interpretation. Adam's taking it literally.
No, that's not true. What kind of assessment is that? That's terrible.
Let me just finish. I'm open to more. You saying we've got to work our way through. So far, I've had 3, and they don't give me the discernment that you appear to have from it. In fact, it creates more confusion, if I'm being honest. It adds discernment by the choice of words. But I'm still open to more. Maybe not having to go through them, but yeah, I'm more than happy that this must be referenceable somewhere to draw this analogy, because we still want to go all the way back to the stars once we've done this. But this is really, I enjoy this stuff and I'm open to it. But when I'm not, this is not a spiritual disagreement. When I'm putting these things to you, I'm seeking more evidence. And when I'm critiquing it, I'm saying there's not sufficient evidence here for me to make that link.
I wasn't trying to convert
you. Don't see it, but if you've got more, would you send it me?
I wasn't trying to convert you. All you need to do is get a concordance and do word search and go from Genesis to Revelation.
I don't need to do that.
I'm not going to do your homework for you.
I'm happy with sons of God, meaning as the Bible says. You people are purporting, starting with RV, that when the Bible says something, it actually means something else. And if I look at other phrases and interpret them, I can therefore justify this clear bit of passage meaning something else.
Well, Adam, we have a big problem here because when the stars were made, there were no man-made. Eve and Adam weren't made yet. And sons of God, according to you, refers to people now.
That's what I said 20 minutes ago, and you shut me up.
Sorry?
I didn't shut you up.
So we were at when the morning stars sang together. Yeah?
I'm actually said all I could say. I don't do everyone's homework for them from Genesis to Revelation. You're talking about hours.
I wasn't asking you for homework. I was asking you to support that.
I did support it. I did support it.
And you're now saying I've got to go away and do the homework to make the link for you that you claim.
Well, listen, we do this to.
After I've kindly gone through the 3 passages you asked me to, which were going to prove it to me, and I've explained why I'm not quite satisfied. That I think it's.
I'm not here to satisfy
my points were reasonable, and now your response is for me to go away and find it myself.
No, because I'm not here to satisfy you, Adam. I'm here telling you what I've done, and this is what I see. And if you have a contention with it, go figure it out.
That's where I stepped in last time. I don't see that Adam is taking it to be anything contentious. When you take the words to be literal, there's no interpretation, therefore there's no contention. You just read it, accept it, that's it. But he's being told...
So when the heavens declare the glory of God, it's just like they sang in Genesis. How come I don't hear the song at night?
A declaration isn't a song.
Excuse me. The heavens are declaring something. They're declaring the glory of God. And in that chapter, it's talking about when the stars are first made, and it separates them from the sons of God, which are angels, based on my research, which is a separate context. So the stars singing cannot be the angels. That's my position, Nathan. I can't make everyone have that position. That is my position.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then I said, let's leave it there. And I'm taken through the grinder. It's like, no, you want to go figure it out. Go do what I did. Go from Genesis to Revelation. I ain't got the time.
No. It's just like Adam did this, and I'm going to do it, hopefully. Not that Adam wasn't calm, but in the same way, if RV's to say, the elite use stars all the time because they understand that the stars represent fallen demons. And you go, well, how do you interpret that? And he goes, I've been doing this for 10 years. You're going to have to go away and do your homework. Right?
I agreed with him.
I'm nearly there. I'm only halfway through my example. So when you say, no, when it says sons of God, you reinterpret it with different words and tell Adam, well, that's just because I've learned it and I've educated. Go away and learn it and do your homework. That is, in essence, what RV did to you.
No, I see it quite differently. I agreed that Satan and fallen men will take angels and symbols and corrupt them, just like it says in Romans. They with the beasts and I can't think of the scripture here, but for the beasts and so forth. So yeah, the world is going to corrupt God's creation. It's going to corrupt sons of God. It's going to corrupt angels. It's going to do all those things. I don't have a problem with RVs saying that. I see those symbols. I see the 666. I see all this stuff. I was talking to RV about the original creation of the stars in Genesis and their purpose. That was my designation with RV. I wasn't saying I disagreed with what fallen men and Satan do with them later. That hopefully was clear.
Okay.
And my point was, I think at that particular moment, they sang. Do I think they're singing right now? I don't know. The closest I can get to a star is looking up.
From my
and
perspective,
the only point I'm making, Neil, is from my research, they're not angels. But the reference of angels are used throughout the Bible with stars.
That's correct.
That's all I'm saying. We know Jesus is not a star, but he's called the morning star. That's all I'm saying.
Am I wrong in saying what? I could be way off. Isn't that one of the nicknames of the Satan?
Yeah, we just covered that. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I got that from a movie. Dogma.
That's in Isaiah chapter 14.
Yeah, because they were cast down from heaven like a falling star.
Yep. It says, "O Lucifer, how hast thou fallen, son of the morning?" Right? Something like that. I don't have it on me. I'm driving. But if you go to Isaiah chapter 14, you'll see it clearly.
Okay, so just for brevity then, when it says sons of God, we should, according to you, tend to reinterpret that as angels.
No, I said context determines how it's being used, because I'm a son of God. Jesus is the son of God. Angels are called sons of God because he created them and he treated them like his sons. I don't know why you're not getting that. It's context that determines the meaning. The same word could mean Jesus, me, or angels.
Okay.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, Nathan?
What's wrong with me?
So in that context, any being created by God is considered the son of God.
Negative.
No, it's
Okay.
sons by adoption. It's called sons by adoption in the New Testament. Obviously, we're fallen from grace. We're sinners. We're separated from God because of our sin. I was separated from God because of my sin. And Jesus Christ is the substitutionary death that I should have died. And so this is why Christ alone says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. There's no other way to the Father but through me. This is very inclusive statement from Jesus. That means there's no other way other than through him being this, like John the Baptist said, here's the Lamb of God to take away the sins of the world. Well, yeah, I want my sins forgiven. I don't want to die and face a holy, righteous God with any of my sins. Well, then I need Jesus.
Yeah, like we're all creation of God through procreation. But it says, as many as believed on Jesus, then they have the power to become the sons of God.
And this is why hermeneutics, and this is why hermeneutics is important, because that doesn't mean I'm going to be an angel.
Correct.
What does that word? What does that word mean, Sam? Hermeneutics. What does that? What does that mean?
Hermeneutics is the method of, excuse me, method to go through the Bible to make sure you get the correct. It's the. I don't want to use the word science with this group because that's how they describe it. But basically, in a colloquial way, a methodology of looking at scripture from every angle, historically, the grammar, the times, the culture, what they thought it meant. You have to go through all this, and then you have to go through all the scripture and see how it was used. Was it used exclusively, or is it interchangeable? Like in the sons of God, it's interchangeable. And so this way, whenever you see sons of God, you say, wait a minute, I already know that could refer to Jesus, me, or angels. So in this passage, what's it referring to? And then you have the context, and you exegete instead of eisegete. You let the scripture tell you through context what it means. But when you eisegete, you're bringing your bias, your opinion. This is what Danny Faulkner did when he said the earth stopped turning. That's why Joshua's story in chapter 10, the sun stood and the moon stood over the valley. Well, that doesn't say that. You put that there, Danny, because you got a bias towards heliocentrism.
You guys want to listen to a bit of this?
Sure.
Okay, so this is We've Never Been to Space, Bryce Mitchell on Flat Earth, Pride Month, NASA and the Firmament. It's on PBD podcast with almost 2 million subscribers. This was the video that Flat Earth Truth just recommended to us a couple of minutes ago.
My family to die, and she cursed my fighting career, that I would be dead in the cage. I was really disgusted because at that point I knew that demons are real and that I'd actually invited one into my house. You can't spell Pride Month without demon. Well, somebody that has fooled everybody, but he simply cannot fool me. Elon.
Okay, not off to a good start.
He's actually a step further than just a con artist. He's evil embodied. He could possibly be the false prophet. The Earth is stationary. It's covered by a dome. You got to know that NASA is evil. At a T, it can spell the word Satan. You got to know why they're lying. That's more important. We are coming close to the second coming of Jesus.
Okay, so there's his intro to a almost 2-hour video, right? Should we launch into it midpoint and see what they're actually coming up with?
No, it's their first day in here. It's their new home. What I'm going to do is see today. A huge moment happened. But first off, my Mimi grew up on a farm, you know, and I think that is in my blood because she said that she was dirt poor. I mean, she's so poor, she went down this search for truth, and it led me to the fact that the most substantial thing I can do is start a farm. That's how I can fight this evil. And so I farm today.
Our own set of skeletons we have in a closet that we've done stuff. What part of America is the America you love? What part of America is like, that's not the America I love? How do you decipher between the two?
Well, the freedom. I mean, that's the simplest answer that I can give you. There's not another place where you can have guns and the Bible. I mean, where else can you have a Bible? Euphrates River running dry. So why'd I bring that up? I brought that up to tell you that there's a good chance that the Antichrist is walking.
$1 billion company. He continues with Tesla, which he took from, you know, a $59 billion company to $650 billion plus trillion valuation. Gets it.
I'm just telling you, you've been tricked, and it's okay to be tricked, but it's really good to not be tricked.
So, Bryce, here's what I did. When you're saying Neuralink, 666, all that stuff, right? And, you know, a similar thing to Monster Drink. Have you ever seen a Monster Drink? If you
eat your heart out, Russian vids.
Could mean that Mohseni came up with the
conspiracy theorism.
Yeah. I mean, this is very much like play-for-play version of the Feast of Nonsense, isn't it?
Yep. And is he going to bring up flat Earth or something?
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Name Neuralink.
Yeah,
That's why I go to.
Hey, I'm sorry. This is the flat out truth again. Yeah, he does. He gets into it. He goes into Admiral Byrd. I can't remember what part it was because I was going back between you guys and that one, back and forth. But does he? Yeah, once he gets in it, man, he's just in it.
Neil, can you hear him talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the middle of a sentence, wasn't he?
Sorry, I didn't hear him.
When he gets into it, I mean, it gets into the Admiral Byrd, ice wall. It does get into all that stuff, and I think he's open to it. But it gets PBD, which is the most important, that he's open to flat Earth content. So it's really not Bryce that I'm interested in. I think it's PBD.
That's Patrick Bet David. I'm familiar with his podcast. But what I got a problem with this is he's going to put flat Earth in with the Feast of Nonsense, and you're not going to get through to this guy.
Exactly, Neil. That's exactly on point
for us.
That's why they want this guy out there. That's why he's out there. That's why you can find Bryce Mitchell easily. He was even on a Tucker Carlson bringing the same Feast of Nonsense. That's exactly
look
why.
at that.
I was led to pull over when I was taking my child to go grab some food and wash my car, to pull over, grab that, put it on Discord, get a hold of you guys. So why? I don't know. The Most High told me to do it, so that's what I did. Whatever you guys do with it is up to you guys.
Hey, we're not having a go at you.
Rip it apart.
Don't worry about you. You're not doing anything wrong by presenting us this. What's being highlighted is that who's making it through to these bigger podcasts with a couple of million subscribers? Well, is it
not Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, I was in the middle of that sentence as well, Neil. Okay, you just host from now on, Neil. You go ahead.
Sorry.
It's the second time you've done it in 2 minutes.
You asked a question, so I said not Nathan Oakley. I don't see you in front of these people.
Thanks. Do you want to carry on that point and that thought for me, Neil? Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, what they're going to get is a bunch of Feast of Nonsense. They're going to get all of these people promoting all of this nonsense, Admiral Byrd, ice walls, dielectric acceleration, ether. That's what's going to get into the mainstream.
Yes, that was the point that was being made. The flat out truth. We're not having a go at you. We're just moaning that what is it that reaches the ears of the masses? Well, 666 and ice walls.
I think that Elon Musk is such a nice guy that I certainly won't be volunteering my services. I tell people all the time, I'm going to die in the pine trees, not in the pedophiles out for what they are.
Bryce.
An atheist then anyways.
Got it.
But, you know, I never discriminated on religion. I just think as a whole, the Muslim...
Very...
Last year, NPG sold 415...
intellect. You can have a good conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
But when I ask them, tell me about Sharia law. No, this is exactly what it stands for.
I'd buy the Bible, the Word of God. They can look at an example from Jesus himself where he saved somebody who was sexually impure. He does not care. He forgives. And so that's the power.
Promoting me or somebody else, and the other person was a Mormon, they would have promoted the Mormon over me. And I understood that. That was something that they cared for more because they were Mormons. I remember when you're going with it and where your opinions are, I'm always very curious to see where you know, your thoughts with Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, when that happened, how did you process that? You know, one's a Christian, African-American woman doing what she does. The other one, Ben Shapiro.
He's not like a human. So he is deep
to it as well. Whatever you and I say, it's irrelevant. It's how the market's reacting to it. Long term, we're going to get in front of kids and danglings and peeing on each other and all this BS that's going on. War.
What the hell is this? We've never been to space is the main title. Bryce on flat Earth. Okay, Pride's buried in there, and then it ends with NASA and the firmament. I've heard pedophiles, Jews, Christianity, black versus white, Christians versus Jews. Where is any of the subject? I mean, I'm sure it's in there.
Well, Patrick,
126.
Patrick bet David can do that to you.
Try hour 126, because I was just scrolling through and I see like the flat Earth Hebrew stuff.
Earth that orbits the sun. That's
I'm in my car. I'm sorry.
And you run on the outside of the track. Who wins that race?
You.
Because I'm on the inside.
Sure.
Because you know the further you go out from the center of that circle, the more distance you have to travel to complete a circle. So what I'm telling you is when that helicopter.
This is the dude representing flat Earth out there for us. This is the level of the knowledge that he's laying down. This is his flat Earth smackdown.
It goes up to 20,000 feet, and it's sitting there hovering for 4 hours. Not only does it have to spin 1,000 miles an hour, it has.
So he's into how Earth's turning with respect to an inertial reference frame. I'm not going to enjoy this, am I?
To spin more than 1,000 miles an hour to go back to the same spot that it landed, because now the Earth would be not attached to that helicopter, and so it's in a different type of rotation.
This guy hasn't got a clue, has he? Who is this guy? This is the guy representing us, is it? This is Bryce Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a UFC happens to be very popular and liked, even by the people who ridicule him for flat Earth. He's, believe it or not, you can't get that maybe from this little bit of that you're getting right now, but he's a very liked guy. A lot of people like
his
him.
Character. I mean, he looks lovely. He sounds like a very nice chap. I don't care about that. It's just that what he's talking about is Coriolis right now, isn't it?
All conspiracies and feast of nonsense. 100%.
No. Step back. Stop, mush. No. At the moment, he's trying to talk about Coriolis, isn't he?
Failing.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Right. Why? You know, he hasn't got a good grip on it. He's got a vague idea, and he's in front of a couple of million people talking about flat Earth. I mean, it's as egregious to me as, you know, Dave Weiss doing a crappy job. Now, I've only just come across this guy. Maybe I should be pleased, but I'm not. I'm not pleased. It's like, if we're going to take the continued attitude that we've taken in 2024, which is we should be on the front foot telling people how Earth is measured flat, as opposed to trying to unwind the convoluted gaggle screw of nonsense that is heliocentrism. And in this instance, that gaggle screw is extended out into a really egregiously complicated subject that is Coriolis when trying to connect it to a globe Earth and how that doesn't work. As far as I am concerned, even me with a really good understanding of how that argument unfolds, find myself feeling like I'm onto a loser the moment I open my mouth about it. Now, I'm not saying, well, if I can't do it, well, I am kind of saying that. In fact, I am going to say that. If I struggle with it after 10 years of really, really knuckling down and understanding it as best I can and learning it as best I can and arguing about it time and time again for thousands and thousands of hours, if I feel that you're onto a loser with it, even with an exemplary understanding, which I would consider myself to have, then anybody else, there's a few exceptions, that enter into this discussion are onto a loser also, in my opinion. So therefore, when someone starts unfolding what is essentially an aspect of a globe that he's apparently not claiming and doing a poor job of it, you're like, well, you're doing a poor job of representing your opponent's position. Why? If you don't fully understand the position, number one, don't talk about it. If you do fully understand it, try and take it off the subject so you can get it away from complicating and confusing people. And that would be to say that you understand it, therefore you understand how confusing it is to others. But instead of recognising how confusing it is to the audience, he's fumbling and bumbling his way through it during the recording. Well, like I say, maybe someone should turn around and say, this guy's woken more people up to... I'd stop him in the tracks and go, the Feast of Nonsense. That's what he's woken him up to, has he? I should high-five him for that, should I? No! I'm going to have to undo all of this for the tens of thousands of people that come to me telling me about domes and 666 and paedophiles or whatever else nonsense he's filled their head with under the banner of Flat Earth. Like, why is all this poison included? And when we actually get to the nitty-gritty of something that is loosely related to our subject, that's Flat Earth, he's talking about the antithesis, the opponent's position, and doing a bad job of it. It just makes me a bit sad. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, and it's done that way deliberately. It's a shame. It's up to
Well, maybe not deliberately by him, Neil. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's what they want put out in front. Because honestly, how much can you expect from a UFC fighter, a person whose focus is on beating other people up and training every day? And so in my opinion, he's trying to explain his conspiratorial mind as best as he can in his own words, right? You can't have the same expectations of a standard or knowledge or comprehension of this topic from everyone, man. You know what I mean? You gotta get
Then
there.
don't go in front of don't go in front of millions.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Neil, he's his own person. He can do whatever he wants.
Everyone stop, because hold on, this is going to be controversial, because there's two different ways to look at this, isn't there? One, he's a big name on a big channel talking about a subject that we're in. How can that be a bad thing? Right? That's the one hand. The other hand is he's filling everyone's heads with nonsense that isn't related to the actual facts of the matter in terms of how Earth is measured flat. Therefore, this is detrimental, because we're going to have to unpick the garbage that's been filled into a potential customer base, let's call it, of people who are now going to be warming to this subject, or thinking they might want to look into it further, or writing it off because it sounds silly as he can't explain Coriolis. Whatever the case may be, we're going to have mixed feelings about this. Everyone here is going to have a different opinion on whether or not this is a good or bad thing. But from my perspective, at the tip of the spear, and I'm going to, if QE's around, throw it over to him, right? Which is to say, it doesn't matter if it's a UFC fighter or Neil deGrasse Tyson. If their rhetoric is wrong, we're going to correct it. It was the same yesterday for Candice, let's get her name right, Owens. If she's got something wrong about science, we're going to stop her in her tracks and say, this is what science really is. You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. If this guy starts talking about non-inertial turning frames of reference with respect to inertial turning, inertial frames of reference with items moving through them that don't exhibit the effect of Coriolis, then he's got to have a good understanding of that to be able to convey that to an audience and then conclude with, therefore Earth isn't turning, we'd notice. Succinctly, quickly, and then move on to a flat Earth proof. But that won't happen. He's looking for the words to explain something that is incredibly complex. If you don't understand it, it can be simple. It doesn't mean it is, especially if you don't understand it. So rather than fumbling his way through the words, he's not drilled. So he's a UFC fighter, did you say, this guy?
Yeah.
Yes, he was a UFC fighter, yeah.
Okay, well, that means I can appeal to him in something that he's going to be familiar with, right? He wouldn't enter the ring unless he'd drilled his routine so that, You ever seen somebody who's been knocked out and they're on the canvas still going through their drill? Block, block, down, punch, punch, block, block. They're still doing it while they're knocked out because they've drilled it and drilled it and drilled it and drilled it to the point where they're unconscious and their muscle memory is still repeating the pattern, right? Now, he's going to know exactly what I'm talking about if he ends up watching this, isn't he? He's going to know what I'm talking about. The hours and hours and hours he spent at the bag going through the same exact process over and over till it's drilled, till it's not having to be thought about when he goes through that process. That's how he needs to be. So when he looks back at himself going through this attempted explanation of how Coriolis fails, is that the same? Are you drilled? Well, you're on the. This is the metaphorical equivalent of the canvas that he's on when he's in front of this camera, isn't it? So it's an affront to us when what in your field it's perfectly acceptable to what step into the ring having not drilled everything. No, you end up on your ass, don't you? Well, metaphorically, this is you ending up on your ass. This is our canvas. Now you're stepping on it. You better be drilled, and you're not. Was that good? Was that a good metaphor? Was that good? Would that be understood?
Yeah, I think so. You're a good trainer, though, Nathan. I think he's open to it. He says truth. If you listen to it, he's saying truth a lot. He's seeking truth. You know the truth. Measurement, Earth, flat, forever.
This again is a bit like yesterday. It's not like with Candice. It's not somebody I'd want to necessarily chew up. It's somebody I'd want to engage with and do exactly what you said. Come into the Cobra Kai dojo of flat Earth debate and learn how to destroy people in this arena, yeah? And be prepared and to put it as an offer to him because he's been around a while now, this guy, and he's still going, and he could do with learning a proper chokehold.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what's
that
happened
means
to
to
me.
me that nobody's watching. That means to me that we're not getting through to flat earthers. No, who's watching us then?
Okay, well, let's just draw it to another comparison because a guy we're familiar with, Tommy, who's a boxer, right? Now, Tommy is not. I'm not going to pretend this is me knocking Tommy because I'm not. I'm just using him as an example because we know him. If Tommy was overly cocky with the best of the best UFC fighters, basically the guys who are at the top of their game kicking ass, and Tommy, who's just an up-and-coming boxer, amateur almost, you know, he is, he's, but whatever, right? If he starts mouthing off to UFC fighters as a boxer about how they're doing their grappling wrong, how their floor work's flawed, how they're not throwing their punches correctly, right? This guy, who's presumably, I don't know him, but let's say he is a very well-disciplined and accomplished UFC fighter who is drilled and does know how those punches are thrown and how the floor work's done. When he hears Tommy telling the world about his UFC craft badly, it's going to be offensive, isn't it? In the same way as the TikTokers who call out professional boxers and say, I could kick your ass. And these people are just like, what are you talking about? You haven't got the discipline that I have to be where I am. Otherwise, you'd be here. So to sit on TikTok telling me that I'm wrong is egregious. It's an affront to what I do and what I'm disciplined in. Well, this is the same affront to me. You know, if you're going to step onto the canvas of a flat Earth discussion, you better be drilled. You better know your stuff, or you're going to be offending people like me.
See, but he thinks he knows this stuff, right? I mean, that's the point. He thinks he's doing what he's supposed to do.
So do the TikTokers. So does my metaphorical equivalent of Tommy when he tells him he doesn't know how to grapple.
So you'd rather him not say anything about flat Earth then, right?
No. Okay, well, let's contrast that with no.
No.
Not at all.
You didn't get here like after.
Just don't be a Billy bullshitter, right? Don't jump on the canvas and start to dance like Bruce Lee if you've never learned how to do what Bruce Lee does. If you're just pretending to dance around like Bruce Lee and at a surface level to the uninitiated, you go, oh, look, this guy does seem to know what he's talking about. Does seem to know how Bruce Lee moves. Look, he looks like Bruce Lee. Yeah, until he ends up on his arse. So this guy, with this particular discussion, is in front of the suited and booted, sports pundit? who's not going to offer any challenge. As soon as he comes to, what? Let's grade the people who come up against us on a scale of 1 to 10. And your average guy that's destroyed in 5 seconds is a level 1. And the absolute top of the game, someone who can keep Brian going for 3 hours, is a level 9 to 10. Well, somewhere in between, you've got a level 2, 3. That kind of guy who might give us 2.5 minutes of grief before he's shut down would have this guy on the canvas, wouldn't he?
Yes. But remember Karate Kid? Somebody brought that up. Cobra Kai. The first movie, Daniel LaRusso thinks he can fight. And he gets his ass whipped on the beach. Then he learns how to really fight through Mr. Miyagi. That's you. That's you, Nathan. You're Mr. Miyagi.
I'm not saying don't talk about it. I'm saying just talk about the things that you do know and try and make those things exemplary. You know, it doesn't have to be a wide-ranging gamut of all things that the Globers tell you. You've got to learn about their religion of a globe and how it shouldn't work according to you as a flat earther. People think that you've got to do all this crap. You don't. But if you're going to start talking about it... Go on.
I think he's genuinely trying to explain his understanding. You know what I mean? Because let's look at it honestly, bro. Like, did you get, like... For all these years, we talked about how Earth is not a globe either, right? And then all of a sudden, after all these years, you get to how it's measured flat, how you can prove it's flat. He's still at the beginning stages. His moment was just recently, probably.
Okay.
Oh, wow,
Let's just get us interrupt you, Mush. I'm really sorry. Let's pretend that you're a gambler. And you, the bookie, have told me pre-match all about how great this guy is. He knows all about the moves. He's a top, he knows all about flat Earth by equivalence, right? And I go, okay, I'll put 100 quid on him to win then. And then when he's got his ass on the canvas, you come up to me while I'm bleating and moaning about how badly I've lost. Say, he's up and coming. He's just trying his best. He's like the guy in Karate Kid. He got his ass kicked up for... Yeah, I've just lost 100 quid on him.
Yeah, I don't know about that analogy, bro, because we didn't bet any money on anybody. You know what I mean?
Perfect. I was waiting for that. I led you beautifully. Stop. I've led you beautifully. People are investing in this. That's my point. It doesn't have to be financial. It can be financial by comparison, but it is an investment. When someone watches this and hears it and then considers whether or not they are going to go forth and look at this subject, that is an investment. It's the same investment that we fight against from the globe Earth side when they brace against flat Earth. It's not because they're necessarily putting money into the globe Earth rhetoric. They have an investment in that religious rhetoric that they will defend. Now, sometimes it can be a financial investment in the same lines when they've gone to university and become educated at a price to have the same investment. But an investment it is nonetheless. He's inviting the audience to invest. And what are they investing in? It's always people. People buy people. When I sold products, they didn't buy my product, they bought me. That's what they bought when I walked in and tried to sell to them. And he is offering that. His product is him and what he sells. And what he's selling is the feast of nonsense. That's what he's actually selling.
Yes, but Nathan, just to conclude with your analogy, bro, the way I see him, he's the guy who just walked into the Flat Earth gym, Flat Earth arena, right? And all these coaches are around him, right? That's how I see it. Why not approach him? Why not find a way to approach him and maybe try to educate him, just like we did yesterday with Candace Owens?
No, fine. Okay, so you're in a gym, and everybody's very competitive in the gym, and they all want fights, and they don't get put forth. They're not in front of the big crowds. Then this strike strolls in, clearly not particularly well accomplished in that particular arena, but he's an exceptionally good mechanic, top of his line mechanic. Really, really good. So we're going to put him to the front of the line and he's going to fight first and get beaten. All of you guys standing around, metaphorically us, can watch everyone around put their bets on him, that is to say, metaphorically, invest in what he's got to say.
Well, the reason why he's out there talking to these big people is because obviously he's made a big name out of himself in his craft, right? And that now being outspoken about all these topics that are hot topics made him a kind of like, oh my God, like people want to have interviews with him, right? That's the way I see it, and that's all there is to it. He just needs to be approached, educated about the topic, explained everything properly, and let's see what happens then. Because right now, I think we're judging the book by its, we're judging him too early. You know what I mean? He just discovered the
It's
topic.
never too early to judge people.
I agree with you personally, and Nathan, with all your analogies, it's cool, but you got to remember that there's levels to the shit.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
There's levels, and personally,
Yeah, but it's 2024, guys.
I'm not talking to you, Neil. Shit. Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't go at this guy because of his lack of understanding of Coriolis, if that's what we're going at him. Because I didn't hear that part, but I'm coming back and we're going off on this guy. It's like, yeah, I get the guy's not Bruce Lee, and he's trying to do Jeet Kune Do. I mean, all of that's cool. Me personally, I'm just happier that somebody is talking about this on a podcast like this. I'm more impressed with the message getting out. Especially we're doing this is PBD podcast. Day after talking about Candace Owens talking about it. To me, I'm more excited about the subject matter being awakened and put out there to these huge platforms, because this is another huge platform. This is not like a little rinky thing. Patrick Bet-David was pretty big. And to have Flat Earth being spoken about on this, Candace, I think it's pretty dope. So, yeah, there's levels to this shit. Not everyone's going to be the expert martial artist like, we are in this, right? But we can't...
Then don't get in the ring.
Jesus.
But he doesn't know that he's in the ring. He thinks he's doing fine because he's where we were 2015, 16, 17. He's not up to par, but that's why we need
but
somebody
it's
like
2024, guys.
Okay, go ahead,
Nathan I think Nathan's one of the best at this. I mean, I laughed. Like I said, I wasn't listening to Nathan for a few years, came back, and he punched me in my face with Earth is measured flat, and I'm like, dang, it is. It's always been. It was easy.
Look, I'll put it into a shit sandwich, this guy, right? Number one, it takes balls to do this, right? So from his perspective, I can empathise. So you're telling me you're moaning at me for getting in front of millions of people talking about this subject and exposing it to them? Excuse me. Okay, would it benefit you if I never mentioned it again? That would be my attitude if I was him. And I'd be, no, I'm very grateful that you've brought it up. It took a lot of courage to talk about this subject that is ridiculed, and you know the implications of it, undoubtedly, and you know the ridicule that's going to be poured on you by talking about it. So I commend you, absolutely. But here at the tip of the spear of this subject matter, if we didn't do that, we'd be like the dojo leader, or whatever you call him, that doesn't train you. That says, oh, yeah, well, yeah, you got your ass kicked, but you're doing well. You got a lot of courage. Good for you. You did it, jolly good on you. No. If you don't hear us saying this is the standard and going through things like Coriolis and explaining non-inertial and inertial reference frames, the deviation observed in the inertial reference frame as you turn underneath on the non-inertial turning reference frame, an effect that would induce a not actual deflection that we do not observe on Earth for items that travel above the claim to be turning reference frame of a turning Earth. That effect does not happen. Ergo, there is no Earth-based Coriolis effect. There you go, took me 35 seconds. If I don't do that, he doesn't learn that throw, he doesn't learn that grapple, he doesn't learn how to pin the guy and win. So I've got to do it, and I'm going to be critical of how he's doing it to contrast it. And I'm going to moan, he's got more money and more popularity than I have. I'm poor and struggling to pay my mortgage. Therefore, I'm going to bitch and bleat and moan. That's all it is. That's me being honest, by the way. Saying the real reason why I'm going to be slightly more critical when someone gets in front of a couple of million people, because I want it to be me. It's jealousy. There's an inch of that in my criticism. That is to say, it is a tiny aspect of that. Yeah? That's what drives people. And I'll be honest about it. But that isn't the motivation here. I'm not doing it because I'm just jealous of the fact that he's in front of millions and I'm not. No. If he was in front of millions and talking about how Earth's measured flat, and then he was asked about Coriolis and said, well, there is no non-inertial turning reference frame. We'd notice drift. There isn't any. But we definitely know it's measured flat. I'd be jumping out of my seat cheering for the guy. I'd want to high-five him, and I want to be able to high-five him. That's it. So, yeah, I commend him. Yeah, I want him to do more. But I want him to do it right.
Well, your honesty is your brilliance, Nathan. I mean, you are being honest. It's true. I agree with everything you just said. We got to push him. But I think you're the guy. I've been saying that since I've been back for the last 2 months listening.
No, you're the guy.
You're the guy.
You're the guy. Anyway, let's listen.
Distance to land in the same spot. You see what I'm saying? But how come I can get a helicopter and land in the same damn spot no matter how long I hover? Because the earth don't move, just like the Bible says.
I wish I'd listened to that last sentence before hearing how critical I was of him. That was superb. That was a brilliant summary of we don't see Earth turn under the helicopter. That was excellent. I wish I'd listened to that first. Good job.
And that's what I was going to say. Like sometimes, we listen to things with the ears that we have, right? The way we listen to things, we tear shit apart, right? But some people don't start at that level. So maybe he's got a certain normie way, if I could say it like that, to describe what he's trying to explain, right? And we can't knock him for that. Like what he just said just now, yeah, helicopter, it's that simple. That's probably something I would have said 8 years ago. I would have said anything about non-inertial reference frames. Like, what the hell is that? To people who don't know what that is, right? That makes sense. But just saying, oh, a helicopter is hovering, and look, it's not moving, and why is Earth not moving underneath? Because it's stationary. That's so simple, right? So we can't knock people that start at the lower levels. If I don't want, not to disrespect, but the lower levels of this stuff, we can't just outright knock them like that. I understand your honesty, Nathan. I know I'm with you, bro. But on this one, I think we could sort of be a little bit more cordial. That's it. Man over.
If you don't mind if I could jump in, just to piggyback off of that, what he just said. I wanted to agree with that, and I was thinking the same thing earlier when you were berating him. I was thinking that you're right in the sense of like what that does in this way and that way to the community, because then you have to kind of unravel that, unpack that, and then like teach them the right way. But at the same time, it's guys like that and people like that are, imagine it this way, they're casting the hooks, they're catching, they reel them in, and then they're now at least they have an ear to leaning to listen to then find you later. And it's almost like you're in grade school and then they're prepping you for what's really to come, and then you get in high school, they're prepping you for what's really to come, then you're in college. So they're like, it's like levels to it. And they're just kind of like, the main thing though is to catch them at a elementary level, so that way they could at least get into that circle that eventually will be in front of you, to where then you can go much deeper with more sense, making more sense of it. But I just wanted to throw that out there because I do believe that's people like that are important, because not everybody is going to hear Nathan Oakley show right out the gate and then like jump into that meat and potatoes. Like, a lot of these people have to get fed the milk first before they could even ingest what you got to tell them, Nathan. Because you got some way high, like years and years of stuff to tell them. But let them drink off the tit of somebody else feeding, the things that like you were arguing against. But that's all I want to say. I think it's just everyone plays a role.
Quickly on that, I was going to sort of say a similar thing on that, like these big platforms, and he's talking 7-8 years ago, but he's going to be reaching out to the the ordinary Joes, and then they can obviously develop that and then end up here. It's just a shame the video started off with a load of it's a shame we didn't get straight into this. And there was like an hour and 20 sort of build up to it.
I mean, that's why I shared it. There was like some, like the helicopter, and he says there's no motion. There's like several of these little, I guess, I don't know, buttons of like, wow, he's onto something right there. It can be cashed in. He just needs to be trained, I think.
Wake up, Christians. Have discernment. You got to know that NASA...
Somebody's off mute. Can you all mute up if you're not talking?
is evil. That's why when you take NASA and add a T, it can spell the word Satan. Okay, that's why the NASA's logo is a...
Yeah, see why this leaves a bitter taste in my mouth? This is straight after Earth doesn't turn under the helicopter, it can just land where it took off from. Yeah? Then it's talking about Satan incorporated into words. It's kind of sandwiched in such a way that it just makes everything that is just said seem now absurd. Would you not agree?
Totally.
I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, stuff like that though, that might be hooks for different people because someone might hear that and be like, you know, oh yeah, and then it allows them to. It's like almost like you're chipping away from the indoctrination of NASA heliocentric model, all that stuff, and sometimes, Nathan, it takes stupid shit like that. I'm sorry for cursing. It takes stupid stuff like that for someone to like break away from that mold that they've been brainwashed into, and it's just like what they call like different strokes for different folks. Although we look at it like, oh come on, dude, like you're going down the wrong track right now. But for some people, that's the journey that they have to go down to get to here. I mean,
I agree. I mean, we're supposed to be fishers of men, and sometimes it takes different bait.
Yeah, chocolate.
I agree with the dude that was just speaking. I've said it before myself. Like, you never know what that one thing that's going to stand out to somebody. You can give them 100 arguments, right? It might be that one obscure thing that you didn't even think about arguing that just might have come up in the conversation that makes them look at you like, wait a minute, right? And I've had that. I speak from experience because I've had that happen, right? So you just never know, especially with people at this level.
Is a serpent's tongue, okay? Because NASA is of the devil, and Christians, you got to have Holy Spirit. You got to have discernment. You got to know who the enemy is. And if you're sitting up here like Christ, and if they can't, then they've been tricked by the enemy. And I'm not saying this is all lying. They're just trying to get you to where you don't believe in God. And that's why the lie of the round earth, the spinning earth that orbits the sun, that's where it comes into play.
I'll play this clip for you. Tell me what you think about this clip.
That's a serpent's tongue right there.
The flat earth theory in the last few days because of rapper B.O.B. and his
earth that orbits the sun, that's where it comes into play.
I'll play this clip for you. Tell me what you think about this clip.
That's a serpent's tongue right there.
The flat earth.
Let's see, you made this. Mashable. 1.1 million subscribers. Definitely not one of us.
Theory in the last few days because of rapper B.O.B. and his
Like this guy with 1.1 million subscribers is explaining flat earth theory. Opening up with B.O.B.
with noted astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. B.O.B. declared to his Twitter followers that he believes the planet Earth is actually flat and that all the nations of the world have joined together in a massive conspiracy to cover up this fact. Here is how flat earthers believe the universe works. They believe that Earth is a flat disk which looks...
Okay, so is this being punted as... I mean, this is play for play, feast of nonsense. So in between his rhetoric, we've got... Oh, by the way, if you wanted to know what this subject is, here's a little video explaining the false dichotomy between flat earth pizza pie floating in a vacuum versus a sphere earth derived from flat earth measurements. Here it is laid out for you in the very play-for-play, feast of nonsense methodology we'd like you all to adhere to as you take part in this journey. Here it is in black and white.
Looks like this. The North Pole is at the center, with Antarctica forming an ice wall around the outer edges of the disk.
Domes, ice walls, Satan's tongue... I could vomit. Right, now we've heard all of this. Let's hear your apologetics. Off you go. Nothing? Nothing at all, lads? You've all gone very quiet.
No, I mean, we've all been there, though. I mean, a lot of the ones that are on scriptural side of it, we've all been there. I mean...
Yeah, we have, and we're fighting against it now, aren't we?
The information that we had wasn't available. All right?
This is why flat earthers believe
I mean, we had to crawl before we walked, and he's still crawling.
What information did you have when you first came?
That's my
What
objection.
information is
Hold
out
on,
there
hold on.
now?
I'm getting my objection thrown back at me like it's now a defence. Yeah, so he's in the ring, crawling around with all the other fighters who have been in the dojo for the last 4 years, training their little hearts out to get in the ring. He's just crawling around. Yeah, we used to be there. Yeah, but we're not anymore. That's the point. But okay, well, yeah, but we also had to enter this arena via the Feast of Nonsense, so I will give him a pass.
I mean, people see fighters like that are not well trained and go, I can really make something out of that guy. And then they get them, train them, and they become champions.
This is the ring. This is the main arena. He's in the main arena, putting this out to 2 million people. He's got the audience. This is the fight. This is not the training gym.
Maybe we think it's the fight. Maybe it'll go on bigger. He'll go on something bigger.
This is ridiculous. We did not have the same information. Okay?
No, but whose channel is this? 1.1 million subscribers. This is not Bryce pitching this.
Mashable.
Bryce
This
is just
called-
there talking, right?
Yeah, Mashable.
Yeah.
In
So
61,
let's appeal
anarchic
to those
treaty
guys. You
was
know,
agreed
those are
upon
the
by
piece
all
of nonsense.
But this is what's being punted. So are we going to talk about flat Earth?
Not by Bryce. Not by Bryce, but the guy who's the host, right? He wants this. So he's pushing the Feast of Nonsense.
the world's nations.
Bryce is just
So
there
no one could
talking
reach-
from his understanding, in my opinion.
Okay.
You know, which is, or lack of, I should say.
Fine. We'll spin past his little video presentation and get back onto what Bryce has
If you
got to say
need to
then.
record
I can debunk that too. Look, a ship don't disappear over the horizon bottom first. That's a 100% complete lie from Satan, and you can prove that with the Nikon P1000. You can take a ship that has vanished on the...
Let's get into a bit more of C2 Far Feast of Nonsense. I'm not going to do it with him. I'm just not going to do it.
Many things I have. Okay, for example, the picture of NASA with the moon landing. Where's all the stars in the background? You know?
We see too far. Where are the stars in NASA's imagery? Maybe they didn't have enough fuel.
It's
I
this
know it's
simple.
real painful, Nathan. I know it's painful.
It is. It is painful.
They can't fake the constellations. Okay, they cannot fake them, so they just chose rather just black it out and just say, oh, yeah, we can't see it because of the sunlight. Here's another.
So that's truly fascinating. NASA are big old fakey fakers. Yeah, they're liars, aren't they? Meanwhile, those same stars you've got in your example are used to actually measure Earth flat. Isn't that amazing? I mean, we could talk about our opponent's hugely expensive attempt to dupe people into believing something else and explaining how their hugely expensive dupe doesn't work when the stars themselves are utilised to actually measure Earth and map Earth.
Another thing. Do you see a picture of the Earth from the moon? Do you realize?
Yeah, they would claim they've got a picture of Earthrise. It's a very famous picture of Earth claimed to be from the moon. Earthrise. Meanwhile, the second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum that I've had to have travelled to get to the moon that they claim is a rock in orbit after deriving that motion from flat Earth measurements of the same stars you just used in your example for undoing of our opponent's position that no one was asking you about. I would suggest, I mean, far from me to claim I'm some sort of flat Earth ninja, that it'd be better to just point out that we measure Earth flat with the stars. I mean, that's just me. I mean, what would I know? I don't, putting someone to the ground and instantly pinning them. Some people don't like that.
No, man, but look, Nathan, I'm just telling my opinion, bro. Like, I'm under the impression that if Bryce learned about the second law argument, that would be the first thing on the next interview that he would pitch. That's just my impression of Bryce Mitchell. He's after the truth. He wants to learn these things. He just doesn't know. He just walked into the gym. He still got the gloves on his shoulders hung up. He didn't even put them on yet, the way he speaks.
I love it.
But
What's with all the simps? Yesterday, it's she would know how, she would understand if she had this information. She'd have put it out. Now it's if Bryce got this information, he'd understand it and he'd be putting it out in his next podcast. All right, okay. Thanks for that.
I said that's my opinion of him. Yeah, that's what I think. If he gets educated about the second law, I think he would change. He would start using it. He just doesn't know. What's that fallacy, bro? Like the When you know something, but you, I forgot. When you know something, but you expect everybody to know it. What's the name of that fallacy?
I don't know, man. It's a
I
lot
don't
of
know,
what
man.
ifs that I hear. If he knew this, if he knew that. I can only take at face value what he says and critique it based on its validity, simplicity, or ability to communicate what we communicate about Earth being measured flat. As far as I am concerned, regardless of our apologetics for how well he would do if he had better information, yeah, if my mum had balls, she'd be my dad.
Thing is, Nathan, sorry, I mean, I'm not getting on the, I'm not doing the, I feel sorry for the guy and all that, but where else is he going to get the correct information from except for us? You know, because he's not going to get it from Dave Weiss, he's not going to get it from Jaron or Whitsit thinks it's right, whatever it's called.
Sounds like that's where you got it from.
Yeah, so it's got to get here. Unless you get here, you're always going to be a bit of a lost sheep, I think. So we need to get these people. They need to be here because there's nobody else giving the correct information out.
Well,
Nobody.
Should we?
There's not one. There's not what Nathan. But there's not one flat earther you couldn't critique. You know what? Well, call themselves flat earthers or true earthers. You know, you're going to pull them all apart because we're top of the game. You're top of the game. The panel's top of the game.
Yeah, man. Even if you listen to these shows, let's say for 5 or let's say 10, maybe 7, 8 years ago, you would find a lot of flaws in your arguments too, right? Because you weren't at the same place where you're at right now. That's all there is to it, bro. It takes time to get here.
I get that, and I also get your concern because you're saying, look, if you're too harsh with Candice or Bryce, then you're going to alienate them. They're going to go, oh, well, screw you. Well, yes, there is an element of that, and you have to offer it up in such a manner that you offer compliments where they're due and praise them for their courage and all those sorts of things. But at the same time, we do have a job to do. We do have the correct information to just offer. We can debate the humanity of how we're doing it till the nth degree. But, in my opinion, it's more beneficial to just say, okay, we find what you have said to be egregious. The reason is because if you are suggesting Earth is flat, you should just suggest Earth is flat and offer evidence for that. We would suggest we have proof. If you don't achieve that standard, that's fine, depending on where you are in your journey. But if you don't know, don't present it as an argument. If it's purely garbage speculation about Satan's tongue, then that doesn't really assist your argument. And it also makes you look kind of crazy. Now, you don't have to like that, but that's just how it comes across. If it's offensive to you, because, well, actually, I've done a lot of research on how this looks like Satan's tongue in their logo. Okay, well, you can claim a vector looks like a Satan's tongue, but it doesn't prove Earth is flat. Meanwhile, there's certain vector trajectories that we perceive of stars and lights in the sky that can be used to prove Earth's measured flat. Perhaps that's why they use a vector symbol. It wouldn't really matter if it was absolutely proven to be the case. The actual measurement of the stars with relation to their positions on the ground is measured flat. It proves Earth is flat, and the globe has come from those flat Earth measurements. Whether or not NASA use a vector that you say is a serpent's tongue in their logo doesn't really help your argument. It also makes you look batshit insane. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
How fake that is.
I think
because
your harshness
you realize
is very concise, and I think that's the appeal to you, Nathan. So I'm not saying to be soft on the guy. I think it's perfect. But if he's a truth seeker and a fighter, if he gets a hold of any of this information and doesn't use it, then he's a fraud.
Good, but by the same token, I don't want to piss him off and I don't want to alienate him. You know, I want him to warm to my rather stern nature in some way. That is to see some value in what I'm offering in terms of the informational value, regardless of my tone, demeanour, and hopefully my lack of attacking him personally. As I don't know him at all, I can only go on what's presented to me. Now, there's actually not a lot to criticise about him. He just looks like just a normal guy, doesn't he? I mean, he looks particularly athletic because he's obviously a fighter, and I'm sure, as I've said before, I don't doubt he's very well accomplished. And I don't even want to branch into the, if I saw him and I pissed him off, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him. It's like, well, yeah, of course not. I wouldn't want to step onto his canvas because I'd probably die. So there's a lot higher consequences. But it's not, it doesn't cross-pollinate. It makes no difference unless I start attacking him personally. His character, his demeanour, his ability to use the English language or something else that's completely unrelated. Then I can understand, with a bit of empathy, why he might be pissed off with me, for me to concern myself with whether or not, if I met him, he might be angry with me. Whereas in this regard, if, let's say, after going through, I see it as batshit insane to talk about Satan's tongue in the NASA logo, if he turned around and said, how dare you, I go, I'll say it now again and justify it further if you don't understand. Now, if that makes you want to punch me, that's your problem, mentally, not mine. But what I say is just fact in this regard. It does make you look crazy if you start talking about and associating the NASA symbology, which you can study and isn't, I'm not suggesting it isn't true either. I'm not decrying that. It's just unrelated. We've turned our backs on NASA for a reason. We can undermine absolutely every single argument they hold, because every single claim to be proof of a sphere Earth that they hold in argumentation relies on being in a sky vacuum. Gas expands into space by its nature. If the sky was a vacuum, gas would expand into it. We'd all be suffocating. We'd all be dead. That's the consequences that debunk everything NASA have to say about the subject. Ergo, we can turn our backs on them, as opposed to study their symbology, which doesn't help our argument. That's not going to get me a punch in the face, regardless if I tell him that he's stupid for saying it, which I'm not doing.
Is that the Earth is supposedly 6 times bigger than the Moon, which in reality, it's a lot bigger than that. The Earth is huge and the Moon's very small. But
how do you know? There's a baseless assertion that he's now making as a positive claim. He's at least, unlike Whitsit, not doing it on my behalf, which I kind of very much applaud him and thank him for if you want it in a shit sandwich. Kudos for not associating this with me. You offered it up as your personal view in terms of your expectations of size for the Moon. Which tape measure did you use? No, you don't know. You haven't got a clue. Push comes to shove, you can't justify that statement at all. Neither can they. But it's not about, well, you can't show how big it is either. That doesn't fly. There's no need to substitute and replace a claimed size of the Moon because they've got a claimed size of the Moon. Just undermine what they suggest or use where they get a claimed size of the Moon from, which is flat Earth measurements.
If you believe NASA, the picture of the Earth from the Moon should be huge. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at the picture that NASA... Look at that. Do you think that that's what the Earth would look like from the Moon? Do you...
I don't know why I'm conceptualizing it, given that I know that that's totally fake, taken on a stage and superimposed with a bit of 1960s Photoshop. I mean, so what? We are debunking the very nature of this journey. We're not looking for cameras in the reflection of this guy's lens, visor. You can debunk where he is. The area between this... Can you see that mouse on my screen? Let me just bring up my OBS so I can see if my mouse actually... Yes, it does. Right, the area between this, which is claimed to be a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum, and this, which is the Moon, is a black area claimed to be 10 to the minus 17 torr. This is all supposed to be sky vacuum. Now, in this tiny little dot that he says is too small, crap argument, you can just about make out little white bits on it. What are they, clouds? Next to a vacuum. Now, obviously, we're not specifically describing high-pressure gas, but it's a nice visual way of imagining the high-pressure gas that we are definitely breathing when you look back at the clouds and go, why isn't all the high-pressure gas expanding at a high rate of speed into the area of volume that has it available to it, in line with entropic law, the second law of thermodynamics? If the sky was a vacuum, as claimed in this picture, then the gas would fill the space. Gas fills space. That's what it does. That means this is automatically fake. But the standard that we're being offered is it looks too small. All right. So what, if NASA come back to you and start giving you the focal length and describing mathematically how the focal length would give you this as the representation by scale, it proves it's true by juxtaposition in rebuttal? No! Go on, whoever that was.
It's those inconsistencies that bring people around.
Oh, here we go.
Saying, yeah, here we go. You keep wanting to attack the guy. with arguments that literally all of us have probably made at some point or another in this journey, man. Like, I don't get why. I mean, all right, look, maybe it's that cringe to you, and I get that, right? There are some things you hear newbies talk about, and it's cringe. You know what's cringe to me? Somebody listening to somebody like David Weiss. Yeah, where just ask, do you know for a fact that it's flat? You know, the guy's singing and dancing around it. Somebody who's running around doing thousands of interviews and podcasts doing that. Not this guy who is just a fighter, who has just realized that Earth isn't a ball spinning around in a vacuum, right? I don't want to knock the guy like that for it. It just, I don't feel right doing it. I know it's not me doing it, you, but it makes me feel weird because how does somebody get to this level if when he's at that level he's just being knocked down by the people in the higher level? You know what I mean?
What do you want? What do you want when you step into the dojo and you're crap? You want to have the argument that, look, he's getting knocked out immediately. He's never going to want to succeed if he's constantly got 2 black eyes. Take it easy on him. Are you telling me?
Yeah.
Pull my punches.
Man, just slightly. You know, just a little smidgen. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because we do want people to come around to this, right? Like you're going off on the whole NASA, Satan and the tongue, the vector thing. Look, the other day I saw going back to Candace Owens, her podcast, right? The one that not the flat Earth one, but the one she was talking about, I think it was before that, when she was talking about the origins of NASA, right? And how it's basically a satanic cult, right? So I went to the comments. You need to realize how many people, and a lot of them probably weren't flat earthers, but there were a lot of people that gravitated towards that, to use that word, right? That NASA's full of Satanists and cultists, and the whole thing was weird. You know, some people will go at it from that point, and that's the point that they're going to start from. Like I said with me, there were so many inconsistencies that to me, at one point, before I ever called myself a flat earther, I had serious problems and questions with the heliocentric model before I ever got to flat earth. You know what I mean?
And Chocolate, hey, what's up, fellas? Can I add too? I don't know if you mentioned this because I just signed on, but they'll even go as far as that rocket red, supposedly jet stream is the tongue of the serpent. They go that far. If you look at the emblem, they'll say that the way it's graphically written on there, there's even those things that they'll say about the NASA flag or whatever, the logo. They'll say that red so-called jet stream coming from the rocket is actually shaped like a serpent's tongue.
Somebody slap him. Somebody just slap him.
Just to go on though, then, just to say, like, I know we're all talking about this, and we've got different things on it. I think what it comes down to is, like Chocolate just said, I don't think it's the guy's fault. I think what we should be highlighting, or you, Nathan, in the comments, is saying this guy is describing a helicopter and the Earth not moving underneath it. That's part of, like, you know, year 1 in college. This is what we was all have said. But this is how we progress from that now. And the actual argument is all to do with Coriolis and inertial reference frames and not having any Earth-based Coriolis, and sort of explain that this is how you start on the journey, but this is where you'll end up on that point.
It needs to be phrased. It needs to be phrased a little bit more pretentiously, like something to the effect of, "I used to be where you are, but now I have elevated myself above you."
The thing is, you can put it like that, but I think that would probably be better received than the way it's being done now. And if that's,
you learn a lot more from just getting knocked out when you don't block, don't you, Adam?
You what?
You learn a lot more when, regardless of how cocky you are stepping into the ring, yeah, you get knocked out, you get punched in the face, you step out with a black eye and go, "What do I do to stop that happening again?" And the trainer goes, "You need to learn how to block properly."
Yeah, I think that's the point. He's probably just pointing out to the guy that this isn't a debate. You're not attacking him. That I think that's what Wondek was trying to allude to. Just that this is training. So before I rip into you, just let me politely describe that this is the next level. You don't. It doesn't have to be done in a demeaning way, which I think is the way it's done over here. And it's kind of what I was saying about talking to Candace as well. Just a modify, going to them as your superior in this subject and saying, I'd like to train you. So here, where you do this bit, here where you bring up the moon, don't do this. It's a fool's errand, and describe why, as you did, but put it like that. Why not?
And then, and only then,
you would if you were in debate. I think that's the point I'm hearing the guys making.
Well, then we can edit together some clips of him going through the training and put it together over maybe 30 seconds, and we can have a montage.
Yeah. I like it. And then he runs up
Isn't that what you said? It brings up the UN map, the flat Earth map, but it has the longitude lines and the latitude lines. That's, I mean, he's pointing it out, but he doesn't know that's what those are.
Yeah, we're going to need a montage.
Not Rocky 1. Yeah, you're doing Apollo Creed's camp. He's running that. Yeah, that's what you're offering. Come to Apollo Creed's camp, yeah, and get trained properly. Not
he lost in Rocky 1. We need Rocky 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from the guys there as well, and that was the point I was making with Candace yesterday. Because otherwise,
I agree, Adam.
There's a chance to be missed, and the points be missed, because it's not clear you're offering help. Sounds like you're offering just criticism.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're here.
Which may initially be just ignored, or somebody may listen to it, but you've got more chance of being listened to if it's presented as, here, come to this training camp, let me help you. I'll now show you the moves. Yeah. Let me show you a few here. This is just, this is a silly air punch you've just made.
Can you tell that neither Adam or I have any clue about fighting when we're trying to draw these analogies badly?
Yeah. That's
yes.
I'm a chemist, for God's sakes. I think that's all I'm hearing. And I think in the past, there weren't these opportunities. Yeah, we've had the Neil deGrasse's that we could try and attack. These aren't people to attack. These are people to say, come on, hello, look at us over here. Everybody else ignores us, but we will make you awesome. Yeah?
And that's a real picture. You have to have discernment. When somebody's lying to this degree, they have an evil cause. There was one more thing I really want to bring up with this.
Called an appeal to motivation fallacy.
This Earth spinning and the stars, for example. Okay, here's another perfect example. I can prove to you that the Earth don't rotate. Did you know that the pyramid?
This isn't going to end well. I'll tell you that straight away. He's not going to. Lightning's not going to hit twice. I'm telling you that now.
The three pyramids over there, I believe it's in Giza.
Positions of ancient monuments haven't changed.
The Great Pyramids, they're in line with Orion's belt. I believe it is. The three stars that they're in line with, I believe.
Right, Adam, just out of interest, is Orion's belt fixed in the sky?
This again, it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, the relative positions of the three stars don't change. Yeah,
so
it's fixed.
What's that word? Relative. That's a funny little weasel word that you've inserted there. What does that mean?
Meaning that the space between those three stars never changes. They're in their same relative positions, while they do rotate with other stars around ours.
So and that is what's called the majesty of the heavens. Now, for us to demonstrate that with natural behavior, we can't. Whether we have us rotating or the star field rotating, doesn't happen with anything else other than the stars. Those positions to hold. That's the weird thing, the lack of parallax there.
believe is Orion's belt. Now, I might be wrong, but my point is they're perfectly in line with 3 stars. They always have been. They always will be. Now, do you really think the universe...
So the correct phraseology for what he's driving at would be their relative position on the ground matches their relative position with respect to each other in the sky if you scale the pyramids to the scale and positions of the stars in Orion's belt, proving nothing.
And may I say something? Rewind a little bit. He says, "I believe."
Yeah, I got that.
He says that. Yeah, I mean, I could prove that blah blah blah, and then he starts saying it, and I believe. I mean, come on.
The trouble with this is it's perfectly rebuttable by the bull to invoke time, distance, and change that is non-perceivable over the supposed human time on this. Yeah, so that there is change, but the amount of change is so minuscule that we haven't noticed it yet, and they're not out of alignment. But if you leave it long enough, they will be out of alignment with the pyramids.
But that predictive capabilities come from the ephemeris.
So to bring it back where you would want to, yeah.
Yes, please.
My point is to bring this up is to achieve a draw as a proof.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. There's a neutral outcome, and from our perspective, it doesn't prove a damn thing if you make this juxtaposition with the pyramids of Giza versus the positional relative spacing of these stars. Okay, now you're saying it sets up nicely for them to put a equally non-proving claim in juxtaposition, so you've got a false dichotomy on the table. Oh, yeah, okay. We could focus on that, but I'm saying, in terms of how do we know where they're going to be for them to say, well, no, in terms of how much they'll shift when I put it into a heliocentric motion and just push the timeline as far down the path as possible to give you minimal parallax, i.e. none, and therefore justify it that way within the heliocentric model. How did the heliocentric model get its predictive capability to where they'd be at what time to begin with?
And your flat Earth elevation angles to stars, yeah.
Perfect. So again, like with his other example with stars, we can take this example and say, I don't know, are any of the stars in Orion's belt actually navigation stars? I don't know. But we'll say for the sake of this discussion, if one of them or all of them were navigational stars, then you can use them because of our acquisition of their positional data with respect to a flat Earth to know where you are and plot your position on a flat map with circles, that's flat, of equal altitude. Well, when you've got all of those combined informational and measurement data points, you've only got one inference for how Earth actually is after you've measured it, and that would be flat. So for me, that's a far more useful way of getting the stars up on the screen and saying, this is how Earth is measured, flat. This is how Earth is navigated, flat.
Plus, I mean, he did sort of state that was proof of a non-spinning Earth, which it's not really. And what we could do there then is say, well, it's not down to us to prove that the Earth's not spinning, maybe, and the proof on the table is Coriolis by the globe believers, which there's not, and then get back to that point, and that's where we'll have to talk. It's not down to us to prove the Earth's not spinning. There's actually no proof of Earth spinning whatsoever. It's never been measured to spin. There's an assumption. There's an assumption on the table, but there's no actual evidence. So it's not down to me to disprove it. It's down. The proof on the table is niche.
I would say more so than proof that it's not rotating. It would be more proof of us not moving around like the solar system, flying through the galaxy and the Earth chasing the sun. Like that, for me,
you're right, Chocolate. That is what Adam, on his behalf, extrapolated out if you were trying to wangle it into a claim that we're not rotating in the way that they describe in all sorts of different motions. So, yeah, we can, on his behalf, attempt to extract out a claim from this, or a debunk from this. But what one deck's saying is, if you're going to try and use a claim of Coriolis, then undo their claim of Coriolis after pointing out that it's not our positive claim, it's theirs to make the assertion. Now, if there is no Coriolis effect, then there is no positive proof that we've spun. That's it.
It was perfectly exampled by his helicopter and the Earth not moving underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's already kind of addressed it with, if it was supported with the Coriolis stuff, then he's already addressed it. But if he wants to reference something directly, because he's wanting to make a claim, I'm assuming here, not that we have to. If he did, then it's not to cite this, which kind of like say just critiques another nuance of the heliocentric model, really. That's what you're doing here. You've got to go old school. If you really want to stand by something, you've got to say Aries' failure would demonstrate which is rotating, either the surface or the sky. That's the decider on this. Not, and more important, not that it demonstrates flat. It just demonstrates which field is rotating.
It actually would, in the description, require an non-inertial turning reference frame. That would be a plane of reference for Aries' failure's description. So as much as you say you're right, it doesn't prove it. It does, however, have a requirement for one. A flat plane, that is.
Yeah, and it uses certain principles to establish a logical conclusion. To me, it's not a proof; it's a demonstration. But you can reach a logical conclusion from Aries' failure if you want to stand by that flag. But like I said, they've got the extraordinary claim that we're rotating. And there are implications to that. And if you jumped all over Coriolis correctly, you've got them already nailed down. You don't need to cite the demonstration.
The universe is expanding, the Earth is spinning, and then we're orbiting the sun while spinning, and then our galaxy is traveling away from other galaxies. Guys, those stars have been perfectly aligned with those pyramids because the Earth don't move. You got to get that in your head. You got to know why they're lying. That's more important. I can sit here and tell you all day about, how they're lying, what tactics they're using. But when you understand why they're lying, then the enemy is exposed. They are lying so you don't accept the Bible, because the Bible says the earth shall not be moved. The Bible says that the sun and the moon and the stars were made. It doesn't say that the sun is a star and that the stars are a sun. It differentiates. And I'm telling you, the Bible is the oldest flat earth document that there ever was. And so they want people to not believe the Bible.
It's like this again now. I mean, we've learned. I mean, personally, it does come up. I never sort of go to scripture for flat Earth in talks. Try and stick to the physical aspects of it and measurements now, especially. But I think we've all maybe done a little bit of this in years gone by. It's something to bring up and mention, but again, it's not actual evidence of a measurement of Earth. But we've all been there.
But it might spark that curiosity.
More powerful than that to a question, isn't it?
Chocolate then, Adam.
Nah, sorry, Adam. I was going to say, but it might spark that curiosity, because remember, there's an audience listening to this, right? And PBD doesn't talk about this subject very often, which is what's surprising to me, honestly. He's had Bart Sabrell on a couple of times, I think, but as far as flat Earth, I can't recall. I could be wrong. I can't recall a podcast where he's actually focused on this subject. So I think, I don't know. I think it's a good thing that he's going there, especially with the Bible, because there are a lot of Bible believers and Christians, and they might not be flat earthers. They might not even have put those two things in the same sentence before.
Danny Faulkner.
There might be a sort of people that place the Bible ahead of any kind of science that's stuck in front of them. There might be the kind of people that like this guy because the way he uses the Bible to establish his Christian values, to say you should have a wife, you should look, you should look after her, she should be bringing up the kids. All these things that this guy is appealing for in terms of why he speaks outside of his fighting, which is honesty, truth, and these very strong Christian values, American Christian values particularly, yeah? That's why he's popular. And if, in this point, his interview, he's mentioned Flat Earth, and now he's cited to the listener that it's said in my Bible, that might be a wake-up call to some of these guys.
Yeah, fair enough.
To actually use the Bible to get them there. Now, that may have more or less validity to us non-Christians, but to some strong Christians, that is a big bit of evidence that you should deal with this topic, as I think we on Flat Earth Debate have argued.
The guy that got punched in the face.
Bart Sibrel?
Bart Sibrel, yes. Have you ever heard of Bart Sibrel or not?
Was it not Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin?
Yes, yes.
Because he won't put his hand on that Bible.
That's right.
And swear on the word of God that he went to the moon, because Buzz Aldrin knows that he's lying. And Buzz Aldrin lies to kids. He's a coward. Neil Armstrong or Lance Armstrong, whoever.
Not Lance Armstrong, because Lance Armstrong.
That was the Tour de France.
Talk about what you're thinking about. I said, no, he made very good points. And this is, he just wanted to talk about it for weeks. Now you're going to mess him up. Now my dad's going to watch it. Okay. So the treaty. We know about the treaty. That's when Hitler was fascinated with Antarctica, and he went on a 4,500 man mission. I don't know. I don't know if he went on a To
his credit, he's being led there now. So, like with the last time when the guy popped the video up, and someone was critical of me saying, "Well, he's not presenting that. He's offering up, the host's offering up the Feast of Nonsense, and he's having to respond to it, right?" And in this respect, this is where you are as a flat earther on the back foot, because of how flat earth is peddled into this arena and now into the mainstream. I mean, history's just repeating itself. We're just going to see a repeat of what's happened over the last 10 years, but with the mainstream, aren't we? This is the starts of it. They've started. This isn't the starts of it. The start of it is Fly Me to the Moon, isn't it? That's the real start of this. People have gone out and seen that there's an excuse in the pipeline for the moon landings not being real, and now everyone's discussing how fake they are. That obviously inevitably leads on to a flat Earth subject, and there's a lot of nonsense that's surrounding it. But it's an interesting topic, and it's just going to be exactly as we all have experienced for the last 10 years, but on a bit of a wider scale. So 10 years from now, they're still interested, which will be more, and there'll be a weaker version of anti-flat earthers who have less rhetoric to actually offer that will find their way into our puddle. That's what will really happen. We'll just get the next wave of anti-flat earth making their way to the higher echelons of flat earth, and they will come into the arena having heard this and tried to overcome it because they've come in through a different route. So in terms of how flat earth's being peddled out, wave by wave, little by little, over the course of a generation, maybe 20 to 30 years, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see the same as the last 10 years repeating itself over and over again, 10 years at a time. That's what I anticipate.
And I agree with that. And I do think it is going to start with the moon landings, right? Because the moon, supposed moon missions are, what a lot of people still hold on to for dear life, and some people, they will die and never let that go. But a lot of other people, especially now, being that, the generations are going, and more, a lot of people who were young back then, they're kind of waiting off. I think it's going to be one of those things that once that's become a little bit more mainstream, that the moon landings are impossible, I think that will lead to a bigger door opening for flat Earth. Because, I mean, the first flat Earth video I ever saw was a guy that does aliens. He made alien videos and stuff, and then one day he decided to talk about, flat earthers and why they think that we didn't go to the moon, and he kind of related the two, and it was kind of for him, like it sounded like it was almost a little bit painful for him. It was like a share your pain moment for him. But I think that's one of those linchpins, man, because that's one of the biggest lies in humanity is that nonsense.
No, he went first, and we went on a 4,700 man mission to see what's going on there, and then eventually it turned into the treaty that they put together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if
anybody mind if I fast forward through the Feast of Nonsense Antarctica Treaty?
That's as far as I know. But I know
say
that.
on it. It's a booby trap, isn't it? So yeah, for a flat earth for this.
Yeah, it's going to ask him why.
Monkeys, and that the Earth spins around the sun. That's
the only thing
heliocentrism.
I'd do is disassociate myself first and foremost. This has got nothing to do with flat earth. However, I know loads about it. Do you want to get into conspiracy instead of facts now? Yeah, because he wants to talk about it, so you're gonna have to go there. Just make sure you point. It's got nothing to do with flat earth.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's geocentrism. All the planets, all the stars, and all the heavenly lights, the moon and the sun, they rotate around the Earth. And so that's what I'm going to teach my kid when he's homeschooled. Now, yeah, I'm going to also introduce him to this evolution. I'm going to tell my kid, look, you can believe evolution if you want, but here's what it is. I'm going to tell him, look, you can believe we came from monkeys if you want. That's what and I'm going to even teach my kid who Neil deGrasse Tyson is. I'm going to teach my kid who Elon Musk is. I'm going to introduce my kid to all these evil, psychopathic liars.
And with such lack of bias.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Because I want him to have his own discernment. I want people to do their own research and don't take my word for it.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant, isn't it? I'm going to tell him psychopathic liars because I want him to have his own discernment.
Let's not take the mickey out of him. Right, we'll separate the two. What he's saying is, because I do this, right? You know, there's various different things that I'll put in front of my kids that they're not Neil deGrasse Tyson examples, but they very well could be. And I wouldn't be saying, now let's listen to what this psychopath asshole Satanist has got to say about it, because you do really need to know about this. I wouldn't do that. You know, you why not even tell, or I might not even tell them who the person that's presenting the information is. It's just a narrator with some information, you know, and they get presented it and that's it. And I think that's what he's saying, even though from his perspective, he's disseminating his views on these people and saying, even though I have these views on these people, I'm still going to potentially be using that education material so my kids have a broad education. I think that's me expanding on him, on his point with the justification, because just the way he phrased it, and it's not his fault, it's just for brevity, he's kept it too brief, and it's made it sound like, I'll tell my kids about these insert nasty things here people so that they can have their own discernment. It just sounded a bit wrong, and I don't think that's what he actually means.
But the thing is,
may I?
How you do speak to your kids, you would say they are these people. This is why, yeah, and then they can have they can then agree or disagree. It was just funny the way I wasn't like.
May I?
Yes. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I just went real brief. I gotta go back to work. Regard what you just said. Me being a parent of a 10 and 8-year-old, I understand what you're saying, and I say it to my children in a way that they know that the people that are saying this are misinformed, liars. They're paid to tell lies because they have to feed their family. Things that are passive aggressive. But my children understand that it's wrong what they're doing because they shouldn't be lying. I always throw lies in there, and but I don't call them, monster, whatever like that. I don't cuss, but there's a way of saying it where the children understand that these people are wicked. They're wrong. They're bad.
Well, that's a different perspective. So what you're suggesting is the opposite of what I've just said. I've just made apologies for him and said, no, he might have those views, he might use them as teaching tools. But ultimately, you're now offering the opposite view, which is to say, no, there's a good chance he would actually put that bias slant on it when he tells the kids about these individuals like Tyson. Because even though he's saying he wouldn't do that, and the mere suggestion of using that person's name is enough to offer a degree of non-bias, and therefore you're suggesting he would actually tell them, no, these people are Satanists, while he's talking about them.
Would. Yes, he would. If that's his way of expressing it, yes, because whenever I'm watching you guys and we're watching the film and my children watching the video and they say, who's that? I say, That's the liar I was telling you about. That's the guy, Mr. Tyson, that I told you. So they know who the liars are. Even when they're watching the video and watching on television, I'll point out specifically when you're talking. No, that's Mr. Nathan. He's the one that's telling you the truth. That's Mr. They know these things because they could discern it, and they're cognitively capable of doing that. I would, maybe your daughters are too young right now, and
I was going to say your kids must be much older than mine because there's
exactly, yeah, they're in school and everything, so they can discern and tell the difference. And as far as what you said earlier, it's true. There is going to be another wave because as long as they keep on jumping on pictures and and all of this with the Van Halen belt and don't stick to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. If they don't get that laid down as the number one thing, same thing with the measurement as far as its pyramids being fixated in the same position, all that, it's going to continue to revolve around and recycle the same old feast of nonsense, convoluting the facts.
Me personally, I like the direction he's going because what he's basically saying is that I'm not I'm not going to shield my kid away from this heliocentric paradigm. I'm going to teach him about it and let him make his own, or them make their own decisions and use their own discernment. And I think that's good. Instead of saying, well, just because they're liars, I'm just going to keep them away from everything and not teach them anything about the globe or anything. I like that direction because it shows that obviously there's something to discern as opposed to just something that you must trust and believe.
Exactly, Chocolate. That's exactly it. Yep.
I'm just telling you what I know is the truth.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finish.
No, I was saying, like Chocolate said, tell them the path. Tell them this is the right way, this is the wrong way. You make a decision when you get old enough, you'll realize it. Same way my father and my mother brought me up. Don't just say, no, you can't go over there, because that makes a child curious. That's why most children that are held from things, they end up being the most rebellious, profound adults because they've been thirsty to want to have sex. They've been thirsty to want to curse and use drugs because they've been sheltered like Carrie the movie, thrown in the room and hidden from being an introvert. So, yeah, I like what Chocolate said. Let them know the path and let them decide as they get older which path to go.
Just buy him a sextant.
Truth. I'm not telling you to trust me. Go do your own research, and if you do your own.
I wonder who he's been watching.
Own research, and you want to research the truth, you will come back to Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ is the truth.
Brother, who knows of powerful people? If your position, flat earth, okay, of all the powerful people we have, presidents, political people, billionaires, who?
How is this contextualized around flat earth? So with the earth being flat, who of the power people, what?
Knows the earth is flat.
How the hell would he know? How the hell would he know?
It's just one of those questions that PBD would ask. He gets into that type of thing. Like, who are the powerful people? Who are the people at the top who would know? Like that's a typical PBD question.
Okay, Chocolate. Given that fuel injection is definitely better than carburetors, with that in mind, how many people have won the 100-meter sprint?
All of them. I don't know, man.
According to your theories.
The correct answer there was
I think any of them that are pledged Freemasons.
Sorry, Adam. Were you answering my rhetorical, nonsensical non sequitur of a question? Go ahead.
48 centimeters.
That's how many people have won the 100-meter sprint, given that carburetors are definitely inferior to fuel injection systems. Well, isn't that interesting?
Any of those high-level Freemasons, the Freemasons know it. It's a fact. All Freemasons, when they get to that higher...
Do they? I mean, I've spoken to several Freemasons, as have you, Adam. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. Would you suggest that all Freemasons, regardless of their levels, know Earth is flat?
I don't know if it's regardless of their levels. He was just saying the ones at the top levels, which I've heard before. Can't confirm, but
I think a lot of the high ones, it may become apparent because you're forced to read a lot of the stuff. It becomes apparent how it's all being described. But I don't think you are inherently taught, from my understanding, as a direct thing that the Earth is flat.
Correct. That's how I was led to believe it. But when Chris was explaining to me tedious detail. So he explained it with a story in terms of what the lodge leader had done and how he had passed the information on in a way that wasn't appreciated there and then by Chris. So he's in the lodge and he's just discussing something that is being paraphrased by him, Chris, as being globular in its nature. And then the lodge leader said words to the effect of, well, yeah, that'd be true if you believe Earth's a sphere. And then he just walked off. And that was all that was stated to him at that particular level of Freemasonry. Is that him being explicitly told that Earth is flat? No. As far as I understand it, the world of Freemasonry is shrouded in mystery and riddles and hints and hidden knowledge, and that's how they position almost everything. So to suggest that they'd be explicitly taken to one side and told, just so you know, Earth's flat, is almost absurd when you know anything about Freemasonry. Nevertheless, this again, regardless of how many Freemasons you've interviewed or got to know and become friends with and discuss this sort of thing with, it's not really that relevant, is it, Adam? Am I missing something further down this 10-year journey that you and I have undertaken and a lot of other people on the panel today? Yeah. Is this really relevant? Is it?
No,
there's a good reason we don't talk about this
isn't
anymore.
it? This is his Christian Make America Great Again crusade. This is all part of it. I think the flat Earth bit's probably done in it. He's now on something else, which is part of his mission. Flat Earth is a little part of that mission. But when he's talking about these sort of things, he's a bit RV-y, isn't he? He's talking more about the hidden hand, which has a role in many things, doesn't it?
Higher level, they know that the Earth is flat. So all of these Skull and Bones members, for example, Kerry, Bush, anybody
John Kerry.
Yeah, any of these people at Skull and Bones, they're in on it, bro. They know. They've been revealed. They worship.
You reckon? I don't know about that.
You see, right, so the bigger picture, all of them also know it's flat, but he's referencing that to his other fields of research, like the RV, I can't remember his new name. Yeah, so like he would do, it's just a small part, and another unsupported claim that he'll make is that all Masons know, George Bush knows, all Davos knows, because that's part of how he's dealing with the world. So he'll indict them on knowing the Earth's flat as well, which I suppose is logical. You know what I mean? But again, it's a non-supportable claim, and as you say, not really relevant certainly to flat Earth anyway.
Worship Satan. That's it. If they're Skull and Bones, they know. Now, not all of them, but a lot of these people.
They all know, all of them. If they're Skull and Bones, they know. Not all of them.
Really know. And earlier we pulled up the United Nations logo. Mm-hmm. It's a flat Earth map. You can't make this stuff up. They're putting it right in our.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
It's a globe projection. It's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. It's got the outside edge ice wall, sometimes referred to when you project what is also described as an island of ice from the centre point outwards, with the south projected to the outside edge. You end up with that claimed to be on the bottom of the ball projection, projected to the outside edge. But that is not a flat Earth map. It's a globe projection. It's flat. It's a flat map. But it's not a flat Earth map. It's a globe projection. That globe projections come from projecting that system, that azimuth system that we described on the live show, from a centre point that is Polaris. Actually, also the origins of the latitude system. But that projection, based on the latitude system, has come from a globe that had its points projected out onto a cylinder. No, that's the... I'm thinking of a different map now. It's about 10 years ago that I learned how the azimuthal equidistant system is projected, so you can do it from any point. But I've forgotten how to explain it. Anybody here know how to do that quickly?
It is. It's just projected from one particular point. So the center point of the coordinate system is wherever you want it to be. Like on Kennedy's plane, it's Dallas, Texas. or in as it's most seen and presented in the UN flag, the center point of the grid system is the North Pole, as we would understand it. But the coordinate system that's used on that is taken from a globe. So that's all that's happened. You've got a reassignment of a globular diverging and then converging latitude lines replaced by just the diverging.
Right.
But the
perfect. That's the segue I needed. And that system, latitude specifically, has come from elevation angle measurements to the stars in that respect. So you end up with a centric system based on a flat Earth angle turned into a globe, turned into a point projection where you can, like you say, project it from any point. It was a Texas centric on the JFK plane. I think it was something like that. Anyway, so just you've got step 1 flat Earth, step 2 globe, step 3 flat Earth, flat map, I should say.
An interesting thing occurs this week when you mess about with projections, because there is no flat Earth map.
Can you make this about a 3-minute waffle so I can get a coffee?
You might like this. I'll try to. So this, on the 8th of July, is an unusual day in terms of dealing with flat Earth elevation angles to the sun. It's not really for us as flat earthers. There's nothing unusual, except lots of people can make lots of measurements at the same time. Not that we need an explanation for that. But it does create a problem if you take these flat Earth elevation angles to the sun and place them on a grid system such as a sphere. Because on July the 8th, what happens is that 70% of the sphere, if you take flat Earth elevation angles to the sun at known points, then 70% of the sphere becomes illuminated. Obviously, an impossibility.
I didn't know that.
Huh. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Should we pick this up
I think
tomorrow?
they mentioned this on the mainstream last year.
Again?
They mentioned this exact point that Adam just brought up. They mentioned it on the mainstream last year.
It gets brought up every year, but I've never been able really to describe it front foot. But it was occurred to me that what's being measured to make this statement of so many places being able to take flat Earth elevation angles at 12 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time in Britain, 70% of the map that they use, the globe, would be illuminated. 70% of the places can take a flat Earth elevation angle to the sun. Something that, if you do want to put it onto a globe, is an impossibility.
Do they have a retort to that? To 70% of their, or let's say 30% of their globe not being illuminated by the sun, when supposedly we have half the Earth supposedly illuminated by the sun? That's a bit of a problem.
Very interesting. Right, should we pick this up tomorrow with the same dude so that it ends up on a live stream?
Worth carrying on, I think, because I think so. What did Discord think? There was a sea change there. Are you happier with that?
Is he ended the?
I'm busy working, man. I'd love to keep talking if you guys are. If nobody's tired, I'm definitely sticking around.
It's not that I've got work to do with the guys on the panel, so I've got to end this show at some point. I think that is actually going to be my Q2 round out the show. So with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hope you're smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye.